Yeah.
Yeah, there, Ben. Good morning, everybody. At this time, as we're waiting for one more to establish quorum, we're gonna go ahead and proceed to receiving a report. Item 5, report from Fred Phillips Consulting on watershed restoration design and planning, which is a part of an ongoing project to identify culturally important riparian areas and development restoration concepts to support traditional uses and ecological health. Presenter Fred Phillips, owner Fred Phillips Consulting LLC. You have the floor.
Good morning, everybody.
Mr. Ty?
Vice Chair, per 2 NC section 183 meetings and quorum on E. Just for the record, it does state that quorum shall not be required for hearing a report by standing committee, so we may proceed with the first report.
Thank you, Mr. Ty. This time we'll go to give it to Mr. Fred Phillips.
Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be here. I really appreciate you having us. And before I get started, I wanted to thank Navajo Nation, Department of Justice, Water Rights Unit, Charlene and Ethel, Dwight, Mr. Tahe for the inspiring work. I really appreciate and enjoy working for the Navajo Nation. And I'd also like to thank our all the chapters, BI Western, Tony, Renee, Casey, Amos, all of the BI folks in the Navajo Nation, folks that helped us get the ideas and vision for this together. Richard Begay, Christy Tully Cordova, for immense help with all of this. So, yeah, thank you. So this morning, I know I got 15 minutes, so I'm set a timer. Tend to be long-winded. I'm going to talk about some work we've been doing the last 5 years with the nation. We were under contract to the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. The planning and design team included myself, Natural Channel Design Engineering out of Flagstaff, Jack Schmidt out of Utah, the USGS, and then Bureau of Indian Affairs, and then as well as all of the permit holders, chapter individuals, BI folks that helped us. So just a little bit of timeline on this project. For the last 14 years, I've been working with DI Western, Casey, Renee, and Tony, and the permit holders in Sagate Canyon, doing grazing management plans and then finding grants and implementing those plans. I'm going to talk about that a little later. And then in 2020, the Water Rights Unit, Navajo Nation Water Rights Unit, called me to help serve as an expert witness for the water rights adjudication for the LCR. And during that year, our first project was to map out vegetation in the river corridors and figure out how much water that's using. I'll talk a little bit about that as well. And then in 2022, we worked with Richard Begay, Christy Kelly Cordova, and other folks to identify, knowing that all watersheds are sacred and important, but to help identify some areas that are of particular interest to protect. So we did that in 2023. And then the last year, I've been working with Natural Channel Design, Jack Schmidt, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Navajo Nation departments, looking at these 6 different watersheds that I'm going to talk about. And then the proposed path forward, I'll speak toward at the end. So the initial phase of our project, we worked with Pam Nagler, USGS, Arizona State, to look at all of the riparian areas within the LCR watershed on the Navajo Nation, to look at existing vegetation that's aquatic, riparian habitat. So we went through that mapping exercise. We established numbers on how much water that the existing watersheds usually use, to use that for the adjudication. So that was the first phase of the project. And then what I'm here to talk about today, are the culturally important riparian areas. And knowing and understanding myself as well that all water, all these lands are sacred. We looked at a report that a woman named Clara Kelly had put together on culturally important places. The tribe, it was a pretty long document. We looked through that. And then we talked with Richard Begay at the Historic Preservation Department, Christy Tully Cordova, and others, just to identify, what are 15 areas that are priorities to get protected for the ecosystem and culture. So we identified those areas. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Okay, the 6 we focused on were Pasture Canyon, Topham Springs, on the LCR by Cameron, Grand Falls, over by Loop, Cold Springs Wash, Upper Oribe, and then Ganado Wash. And then there's 7 other areas, including Red Lake, Shanto, some other springs and areas, but we focused on these 6. So once we identified the areas and we had the blessing of historic preservation water resources like these look good, let's continue forward. We mapped everything out on GIS, contacted BIA permit holders where we had that information, and we set up meetings and basically spent 6 days or 2 weeks actually going to all of these sites, meeting some of the permit holders, looking at the land, getting vision and ideas from people. We also did drone ortho mosaic photos so we can use those for design and assessment. And then we looked at like the vegetation, the springs, the overall condition of the watersheds, what agriculture was existing there, impoundments, things like that. So on the restoration of these areas, one thing that I've really gathered, especially working with Christy Tully Cordova, is that restoration on Navajo, it's about the water, it's about the habitat and the plants, but it's also about agriculture. So one of the things that we're hoping to do with this is protect or expand agriculture, be it formal pumps or along riverbanks or what have you, but support that agriculture. And then as well as restore these areas with erosion control, revegetation of native culturally important species, and then grazing management. So the first area, I'm gonna save a little time, and the other 5 I'm gonna go through. There's one thing that, yes. Yes, sir.
Gonna go ahead, we got quorum now. Honorable Claus here, so we're gonna go ahead and get the meeting officially started now, so. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order at 10:30 a.m. Mr. Ty, roll call.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Navigations Council Special Meeting for Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus. Excuse, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey L. Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna N. Claw.
Present.
Honorable Shauna N. Claw is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
No, we got Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto South. Vice Chair Johnson, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum for this special meeting. Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahi, for the roll call at this time. I'd like to request one of my Chairman Miss.
Good morning to all. She had a evening, but also about these things. Let us barricades and pray. Nihitwa nihidigan God. Aganaho ana hanno na honixen nihidigan nido ani. Agisa beyond ego enes podigen. Nachatsen case go honzate. Ina ben hikitsis lekon hios carton that. Ba is na Jashi benan kent keniki sate. Hans sagoshi hasta il teto echen ahmitnado hatte hot in wordige. Benachin sahake sto benachin whatsa katahuist iko ela. Do espojon ha in abastadet la. Di benachin hot hans sagoshi Nihil chaho iholo nchen kro nihil so igen go yade iltikse. Nde ni ben hansen ejashin nihil so igen dati ninde. Nihil so kro sa be yade iltikse. Nda hilzi dogot ego kada hilzi. A ishin hen sikke stone hijay bi da holoni. Bekajit nihil Echyd tlastat dat echigi nedjordla. Lle hassan o tîn ehod nihidat echigida. Bakat na wheel a yedeil tigi be benachin nike ehosson. Gala anike nike spena hotson. A ila benina ehod ahas dila danitsin gon hidat is asa. A ila benna hunch host eda danitsin se. Ashin Honehi, Nikadat is up the nation. At anda I can't do. Nits Aja Hundle, the deep no, Nchet sort of deals and Hans is all Kodo. What's up with the game? His Sinto, babe, and Nache, Koroya, Tehoda. Yet I tit on that Hini, Tindo, Korosa, Ben Atzi, and the Dasa, Behodor, Santo. Sa korobe denne bebe khayako teto le sigida la nanitsen qala anni to ba honitsen dende ne lanje khoton nitigi to ben yesh edinitsen dende eta honit nla Tlate hajenes gotha put is asa ishin denne yoch nini Bekeer het teamoda. En de tak. Ga hoort in hiki. Doe at ehigida sate. Ga tinhi gata. Nde. Benan hint heniki in his a kodo. Benashin cheek case do yo niet elo. Cheek case to say. Benashin hejo. Och de deals getto. Hejo ta honitsen do denne. Nehenai be in nasalai. Papa Podini ilsen do leso. Eche hot au in a ben just leki. Do tanda I can't. Bakan his chon in a hot loniki ya. Yat ehui catoles. A yon nebe. Chana it lego. Or the gehegi one sea case do leso, baby nacha anne. Bakajan had let go anne that in no ye catoles. Eche de niro arts on ben hikicit lehiki. Satanero answagoshin. Ki nanigit bahajo bagota. Sapaganda then isn't it tratanda kre. But that is I nesta. Ashmore bajin, but I was on Lord or habitatly. Yet echo inna. Ijen tanda headed all cotton needle this. I don't that a squirrel son in Nastar's name. Yet echo, but not in the halon that states certain data, Ada Hanyada, squirrel son. Nahas come chasing the vego that is in such something a carbon. That'll catch it the sheet at the team. Hajla shik, hajla sharchin she dansen go. Ashmore, but one lot of bachin at bar. Aron the tabachin the queen, nanigi arts and lays chinchen. Aron the anils on his one law. Nehinan as large President Nygren, Vice President Montoya, Chief Justice Joanne James, Speaker Curley, Response and then Lenny Artsford. Banana shides, content. Yanda Krebsenda Ache, Hans so she batch the ta linde. Budget dat stone job Hans so she the nayat. Gaat nationalen dat nan at ani nan speelt dat all zing nan het dat de nayan sikes. De bebenant arokayaknant nan agot. Nehesalar batsadilzen hesalar so to. Para alt gaat dan gevat iets arts van hartschen. Dein tiendo kon ja te hui katalesana alla ashmoren hismanla. Aron dat kon asafni tlenikishin koro Bernache hadi zesto na iati tiki bekau kodon nitigi ashin hijot I niton hismanla ashmoren hidigen deni odo yon teren hidigen. One so age hijot badi nidon yebnashin Jesus Christ. Amen.
Good. Chairman Nez, thank you for that prayer this morning to get us started. At this time, are there any announcements? Yeah, I just want to say happy Veterans Day to all our veterans out there and all those veterans that are listening online. Thank you for your sacrifice and your service to our country. Yeah. Yeah, this time we're gonna move on to number 2. Recognizing guests and visiting officials. This time we're pretty much familiar with everybody here. We're gonna move on to number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. Sorry.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows: Resource Development Committee of the 25th Nominations Council. Special meeting for Tuesday, November 12, 2024, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson. Honorable Casey Lam Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location, Navajo Division of Transportation. 1, call meeting to order. Roll call invocation announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal. None. 5, receiving report. A, report from Fred Phillips Consulting on the watershed restoration design and planning, which is part of an ongoing project to identify cultural importance, preparation areas, and develop restoration, a concept to support traditional uses and ecological health. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. 8, legislation number 0234-24, action relating to Resource and Development Committee, requesting a waiver of the bonding and security requirements for 25 CFR section 166.100A2 for the grazing permits in the Eastern Navajo Agency. B, legislation number 0235-24, action relating to Resource and Development, Budget, Finance, and Object Committee, approving and authorizing the renewal of the contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs under 25 USC 5301. Public Law 93-638 as amended for 3 years term for the Housing Improvement Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual fund agreement and the scope of work for a period of the contract term. C, legislation number 0263-24, action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving a limited waiver of sovereign immunity for the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise DBA Sanders Hill Center for the Sonic Franchise LLC number 24 franchise agreement. D, legislation number 0237-24, action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving an off-reservation fee land lease between the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise for the Golden Monument Valley Lodge and Tour property, San Juan County, Utah. E, legislation number 0238-24, action relating to Resource Development, Budget, Finance, and Object Committee approving and authorizing the renewal of contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior under 25 USC 5301, Public Law 93-638 as amended for a 5-year term beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2029 for the Water Monitoring and Inventory Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for a period of the contract term. F, legislation number 0239-24, action relating to Resource and Development, Budget, Finance, and Update Committee, approving and authorizing the renewal of the contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior under 25 USC 5301, Public Law 93-638 as amended for a 3-year term beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2027 for the Safety of Dam Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual fund agreement and the scope of work for a period of the contract term. D, legislation number 0240-24, an action relating to resource development and navigate committee improvement authorizing the Department of Fish and Wildlife to submit a construction project application to the United States Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs under Public Law 93-638, subpart J for the Wheatfields Lake Recreation Area. 8, to close the meeting, announcements and adjournment. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that's the proposed agenda read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Ty. At this time, can I get a motion?
Second.
Got a motion by Honorable Simpson and Speaker So will second that. Colleagues, are there any questions or amendments to this agenda? Chairman Ness?
Oh, thank you, Vice Chair, for facilitating the RDC special meeting today. And colleagues, I would like to entertain a motion for amendment 1, if my colleagues would agree to it. As I reviewed the agenda, I see 4 legislations that will go to the committee for final authority approval. And therefore, I would like to motion to create a consent agenda for B, legislation 0235-24, which is the housing improvement program. And then E, legislation 0238-24, which is water monitoring and inventory program, fiscal year annual funding agreement, scope of work. And then legislation 0239-24, the safety of dams. And then G, submit a construction project application to BIA for Wheatfields Lake Recreation Area. All this would require a good discussion at NMPIT. So those 4 I would like to place on consent agenda with a consensus. Thank you. That'll be my motion.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, for your amendment. Do we have a second to that motion? Speaker So. Are there any questions regarding this? Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, you see, we have our staff here. I guess they're listening online. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to, because my brother here, make the motion part, make the motion. I'd like to discuss, Mr. Douglas here, if we can go straight, if we can include to go straight to the legislations. Part of the motion.
Thank
I
you.
make that question, Douglas Nancy.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Simpson. I'll turn the floor over to Chairman Nez. Do you concur with going?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Also, Honorable Delegate Simpson here for the request. I do concur that we could go to the business first before reports and complete those. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Nez and Delegate Simpson. At this time, colleagues, are there any questions regarding this motion? Do you concur?
Oh, yes.
Speaker So concurs on that request by Mr. Simpson. Okay, at this time, are there any other questions regarding this? There is none. Mr. Ty?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call for amendment number 1 to creating consent agenda for legislation number 0235-24, legislation number 0238-24, legislation number 0239-24, and legislation 2040-24, and going to new business first. Roll call. Honorable Shauna Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Cloud votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahi. This time, going back up to the the main motion. Are there any other questions regarding this? There's no other questions, colleagues. We'll go ahead and take it to a roll call vote to accept the agenda. Mr. Ty?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for viewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shannon Cloud, you vote.
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottosa, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Ottosa votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Tahi. For the roll call, at this time, we do have an approved agenda before us. Okay, moving on to number 4, reviewing and approving the journals. There is none. Going on to number 5, receiving. Okay, we're gonna go to number 7. Is the new 5, which is new business. Okay, we shall start with the consent first.
Yes.
Right?
Vice Chair Johnson, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0234-24, date October 30th, 2024, titled the resolution actually to resource and development. Wait, never mind. That's the wrong legislation. You have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0235-24, date October 30th, 2024, titled the resolution and action relating to resource and development, budget and finance and non-key committee. Approving and authorizing the renewal of contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs under 25 U.S.C. section 5301 and Public Law 93-638 as amended for a 3-year term for the Housing Improvement Program. Approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for the period of the contract. The purpose of this legislation is to renew a contract under 25 U.S.C. sections 5301, Public Law 93-638 as amended, including the annual funding agreement and the scope of work between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior for the Housing Improvement Program for a term of 3 years. Navajo Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we run into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Otto So. For tracking number 0235-24 and action relating to resource and development, budget, finance, and obligate committee, approving and authorizing the renewal of the contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs under 25 U.S.C. section 53801, Public Law 93-638 as amended for a 3-year term of the Housing Improvement Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for a period of the contract. And section 1 outlines the authority, and in section 2, the finding, which references in exhibit A and exhibit B, and section 3 is the approval, which references in exhibit A, attaches exhibit A, which is the agreement between the Secretary of the Department of the Interior and the Navajo Nation, and attaches exhibit B, which is the section 164 review form document number 023-175 at date issue 07/29/2024. Then you have the first report, and then the legislative branch ended a public review summary for legislation number 0235-24, sponsored Honorable Otto. So this legislation was posted on October 31st, 2024 at 5:07 p.m. The public comment period ended on October 5th, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Then you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0238-24, date November 1st, 2024, titled the resolution action relating to resource and development, budget, finance, and non-key committee, approving and authorizing the renewal of contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 U.S.C. section 5301, Public Law 93-638 as amended for a 5-year term beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2029 for the water monitoring and inventory program, and approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for the period of the contract term. The purpose of this legislation is to remove a renewal of contract under 25 U.S.C. section 5301, Public Law 93-638, including the annual funding agreement and the scope of work between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior for the Water Rights Monitoring and Inventory Program for a term of 5 years beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2025. The committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Brenda Jesus for tracking number 0238-24, an action relating to Resource and Development, Budget, Finance, and Advocate Committee, approving and authorizing the renewal of contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301, Public Law 93-638 as amended for a term of beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2029 for the Water Monitoring and Inventory Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year funding agreement and the scope of work for a period of the contract term. And section 1 outlines the authority, in section 2, the finding which references in exhibit A and exhibit B, in section 3's approval, which references in exhibit A, attaches exhibit A, which is the agreement between the Secretary of the Department of the Interior and the Navajo Nation, attaches exhibit B, which is the section 164 renewal form, review form for document number 023252, date issue 08/13/2024. Then you have the first report in the legislative branch and public review summary for legislation number 0238-24, sponsors Honorable Brenda Jesus. This legislation was posted on November 4, 2024, 1:47 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on November 9th, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments and recommendation on this legislation. Then you have legislation number 0239-24, date November 1st, 2024. The title of the resolution and action relating to Resource and Development, Budget, Finance, and Advocate Committee, approving authorizing the renewal of the contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301, Public Law 93-638 as amended for a 3-year term beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2027 for the Safety Dam Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for the period of the contract term. The purpose of this legislation is to renew a contract under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301, Public Law 93-638 as amended, including an annual funding agreement and the scope of work between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior for the Safety of the Dams Program for a term of 3.
The link for sound is on mute.
If someone's on the RDC end, yeah, it's still on mute and none of us.
Subpart J for the Wheatfields Lake Recreation Area, final authority of the rest was Navigate Committee, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Carl Allslater, co-sponsors Honorable Danny Simpson for tracking number 0240-24, an action relating to resource development and Navigate Committee approving, authorizing the Department of Fish and Wildlife to submit a construction project application to the United States Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs under Public Law 93-638, Subpart J for the Wheatfields Lake Recreation Area. Section 1 outlines the authority, and Section 2 the finding, which references in an Exhibit A, Exhibit B, and Exhibit C, and Exhibit D. And Section 3 is approval, which references in Exhibit A and Exhibit C. Attached as Exhibit A was a Subpart J contract between Wheatfields Lake Recreation Area proposal. Attached as Exhibit B, which is the United States Department of the Interior letter dated June 4, 2024, addressed to Honorable Nigrin, signed up by Jeanette Quintero. Attached as Exhibit B, which is the application for the construction project pursuant to Public Law 93-638, sections 900.125. Attached Exhibit D, which is the Section 164 review form, document number 23045. Then you have the first report in the legislative branch and in public review summary for legislation number 0240-24, sponsors Honorable Carl R. Slater. This legislation was posted on November 6, 2024 at 5:55 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on November 11, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, those are legislations 0235-24, 023-24, 039-24, and 0240-24 run to the record for consent agenda item A.
Mr. Tahi, have a drink of water. Hey, colleagues, can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Honorable Quah. Get a second? Get a second by Speaker So. Are there any questions regarding this? Okay, roll call vote, Ms. Strike?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for consent agenda item A. Honorable Shannon Clark, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Clark votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate recognized, vote green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Otto votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. The consent agenda has been approved, has passed. So moving on to legislation 0234-24.
Yes.
Mr. Tahi.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0234-24, date October 30th, 2024. Entitled the resolution and action relating to Resource and Development Committee requesting a waiver of the bonding and security requirements for 25 CFR section 166-100A2 relating to the grazing permits in the Eastern Navajo Agency. The purpose of this legislation requests a waiver for the Bureau of Indian Affairs for the bonding and security requirements found in 25 CFR section 166.100A2 related to the grazing permits in Eastern Navajo Agency. Resource Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Danny Simpson for tracking number 0234-24, an action relating to resource and development, requesting a waiver of bonding and security requirements for 25 CFR section 166.100A2 for the grazing permits in Eastern Navajo Agency. Be it resolved, section 1 authority. A, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has oversight authority over the grazing and land matters to establish Navajo Nation policy with respect to the optimization of all Navajo Nation resources to in NC section 501C. B, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has oversight over the Division of Natural Resources, including the district grazing officers and Eastern Navajo Land Board 2 in NC section 501C1. Section 2 findings. A, the purpose of the federal regulation found in 25 CFR section 166.1 is to describe the authorities and policies and procedures that the Bureau of Indian Affairs use to approve, grant, and administer a permit for the grazing on tribal land, individual owned in Indian land or government land in 25 CFR section 166.1 B pursuant to 25 CFR section 166.00600. A permittee sign and sub-permittee must provide a bond for each permit interest acquired upon the request of the Indian landowner. We may waive the bond requirement. See, the Navajo Nation Code states that for off-reservation grazing, a satisfactory bond may be required in an amount that we a reasonable assured performance to the contractual obligation and bond when the requirement may be for the purpose of guaranteeing the estimated construction cost of any improvement to the place on the land in which will become the property of the permittee, or to ensure compliances with the special or additional contractual obligation. 3 NC section 954A. D, the Bureau of Indian Affairs or BIA is in the process of renewing grazing permits for 2025 for various grazing permits in the Eastern Navajo Agency. E, it has become to the attention of the Resource Development Committee that grazing permits in the Eastern Navajo agencies are not obtaining bonding and other forms of security related to the grazing permits. F, the Resource Development Committee is concerned with imposing bonding or other security requirements for the grazing permittees in the Eastern Navajo Agency. It will impose on the burden of these individuals that would create a financial hardship. G, the BIA may waive the bonding requirements for the grazing permittees specifically under 25 CFR section 166.100A2, which states A, when specifically authorized by the appropriate tribal resolution established by the general policy for permitting of Indian agricultural lands with BIA. 2, waiving or modifying the requirement of the permittees post a security or perform bond. 8, notwithstanding the 3 NC section 1954A, the Resource Development Committee finds the best interest of the nomination to request that the BIA waive the bonding and security requirement under 25 CFR section 166.100A2 for the grazing permits in the Eastern Navajo Agency. I, the resolution for the Eastern Navajo Agency Joint Land Board Resolution number ENJLB 06 of 2024-002, the Eastern Navajo Agency Council number ENAC 12-2023-140, and the Herfield Chapter Resolution number 9, and the Vicente Chapter BC at SEPT 23-394, supporting the waiver of 25 CFR section 166.100A2 is hereby attached to Exhibit A, and Section 3, the approval. The Resource Development Committee and the Nomination Council hereby approves the request for waiver 25 CFR section 166.100A2 related to the grazing permits in the Eastern Navajo Agency. The Resource Development Committee and the Nomination Council hereby authorize the President of the nomination to execute any and all documents to effectuate the intent and purpose of this resolution. Attached to Exhibit A, which is a resolution from the Eastern Navajo Joint Land Board, resolution number EJLB -06-2024-002, attaches a resolution from the Eastern Navajo Agency Council, resolution number ENAC-12-2023-140. Attaches a resolution from her County Council number 29, resolution number HEUE-07-71-23. Attached is resolution from the Vicente Chapter Resolution number BC September -2223 -3348. Then you have the first report, Navajo Nation Legislative Branch and Public Review Summary for legislation number 0234-24, sponsored Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation was posted on October 30th, 2024 at 5:02 p.m. by the comment period on November 4th, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0234-24 read into the record in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. At this time, colleagues, can I get a motion?
Motion.
A motion, Delegate Nez. Can I get a second?
Second.
A second by Delegate Claude. Any questions regarding this?
Questions?
Okay. We do have questions, so at this time, we're going to go ahead and turn it forward to our presenters and the sponsor as well as the agent. We'll go ahead and provide a 20-minute presentation on your legislation.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members of RDC, guests online, guests are here, and staff. Thank you, Edith Bennett. Mr. Vice Chair, members of RDC, I will have 3 agents here. First one to my left here is Jesse Jim with the Nomination Department of Agriculture. He'll speak on behalf of the OPVP. Then we do have Superintendent Lester Sosi with Eastern Agency, BIA. Then we do have this is Ms. Padilla, Janice Padilla with chairperson to the Joint Eastern Land Board. So again, members of REC here, as you know that we are BIA and NAVIS are currently working on the 2025 grazing renewal. And one of the requirements will be to have each grazing have a bond, but on this stage, we're requesting that the bonding, we're requesting to BIA to have the bonding requirement be waived. So I know we had the presentation by BIA in reference to the bonding requirement. And I believe that was maybe last summer that was a presentation was given to the RGC here. So with that, how I'd like to move forward with this presentation, Mr. Vice Chair and members of RGC, maybe I can give a little summary on what's being required from on the 2025 grazing renewal, and maybe give a little information on the bonding and how the soil bonding waiver request works. So if you allow Mr. Superintendent Sosi maybe a couple of minutes to explain the summary. Next question.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. At this time, I'll
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak for the committee here. I always am honored to appear before RGC because I think your work is very important in terms of looking at land use decisions. I want to go ahead and give a little bit of opening remarks and information to the committee on the bonding. On your legislation, as it's written, I would just offer some recommendation. I think that the resolution should also reflect two provisions in the CFR. Unified CFR 166.600, which is directly on the bonding and insurance requirement under subpart G. Must a permittee provide a bond for a permit? That would be the provision there. And then the other provision I would also recommend being reflected in the resolution will be 25 CFR 166.601. That's the subsequent provision that also explains the bonding, the amount how it's determined. And if you look at 4B there, it does state that travel policy made applicable by 166.100 of this part may establish or waive specific bond requirements for the permits. So those are the recommendations I would make up front. Then let's go to talking directly on what the bonding is. If you look at the Eastern Iowa Agency, permittees pay for permit for the use of the land. And Big Navajo does not do that. So anytime there's involvement or any type of financial or monetary payment for the use of any land by anybody like a permittee, there's always this notion of making sure that the payment does happen. And that's why if you look at the, as I read through the provision, that's where it does establish some form of bonding or like an insurance. And that's why it's implemented under our program for Eastern Iowa Agency. You'll note that for Big Navajo, that does not involve any payments, and hence there's no need for that bonding requirement. Just wanted to set the stage here. I also wanted to mention that in the Eastern Iowa Agency, I think most people know, we have over 22 different land status out there, allotment lands being one of them, as well as government administered lands, and the different split estates are also in there. If the committee should pass this, we will also look at this in applying a similar mandate on allotment lands. So because they're intricately tied together on our authority to grant program. So we'll probably also use this. Certainly our team will look at it some more internally for allotment lands. About 3 years ago from BIA Eastern Iowa Agency, we had a trust audit that happened. And we do that every 3 years. And one of the things that as was a finding was the lack of bonding certificates in the grazing permit folders. So since then, we've been educating the land board as well as other tribal offices on what the bonding is, what the bonding requirements are, and how we will be implementing that. But because of it being very new to Navajo, Eastern Navajo Agency, we've been having a lot of conversation with, including the RDC and others on, how we will implement the bonding. Then we have the 2025 grazing renewal project, and we made a decision to collapse it into that type of project that we're doing for 2025. So we're doing a lot of work under that project that we're doing. So we felt that would be consistent with and will support the 2025 grazing renewal project. So we folded into that process. And hence we're here today as our team is implementing a 2025 grazing renewal. One of the requirement would be the bonding for each permit and permittee. And hence, I think we've also been having a lot of conversation with the land board as well as Honorable Delegate Simpson in looking at the permittees across Eastern Navajo Agency. The one of the, I think, conversation that might come up, what does BIA require in terms of what's needed for us to look at the request for a waiver? I think at a minimum, the RDC resolution certainly would suffice to say that on behalf of the landowner, there's a waiver that's been requested to the BIA. So we will take that under account and review that request and the resolution. Beyond that, how the tribe does it's your prerogative. If you do work with the OPDP and there's other documents, but I think at a minimum, we would see an RDC resolution as the formal decision document that we will look at from the Bureau of Indian Affairs to assess and then review the request. Those would be my summary of the bonding requirement. There's certainly a lot more information in the CFR on the different details of what bonding is, the type of bonding, what type of certificates, all that, different information on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Lester Stolze. Thank you for your comments. This time I'd like to give the floor back over to our sponsor as well as our agents.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, RC. I'd like to request, Resource Development Committee to allow, Jesse, Jim to speak on behalf.
Okay.
On behalf of the PVP under, position on requesting for waiver. Then we'll allow after Jesse, Jim, Madam Chair, Janice Peel, to speak on behalf of the Joint Land Board, and we do have other Joint Land Board members here. Mr. Vice Chairman, we've already seen.
Honorable Simpson.
Okay, good morning, members of RDC and everybody. As far as OPVP's comments, what we would like to know is what is the length of this bonding waiver that RDC is requesting? I know there was talks of 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. That we would like to know. I don't have the documents that you guys were bringing off of. We do have the bonding waiver request letter ready. We were waiting on the resolution to reference and a letter to Eastern BIA. What OPVP is requesting is a 10-year waiver. I'm not too sure if you guys are on the same page. So those are my comments from OPVP.
Okay. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, RC. If you look at Exhibit A, the Eastern Joint Land Resolution EMJLB -06. We'd like to, we are requesting for a 10-year waiver. And this is the heading, so on that, I'm straight to bring that up. So, I'd like to request amendment to include in the legislation, the waiver will be for 10 years. Again, Mr. Vice Chair, and RC, I'd like to request, RC to allow Madam Chair, Janice Padilla to speak on this legislation.
Mr. Simpson, you do have 9 minutes remaining in your presentation. Yes.
You allow, Mr. Beer?
Yes. Dear,
So, good morning. Honorable Chair and members of the REC committee. As you are aware, the mini presentation that has been given to REC. Eastern Navajo grazing is different from Big Navajo. For years and years, this has been like that. However, our constituents on the eastern if you're aware of the audit took place. And one of the findings is that the bonding has never been done. However, our constituent was never really informed until a couple of years ago. Maybe 3 to 4 years ago, on different state populations. Some of them don't fill, most of our grazing permittees, I would say about 70% still have, or elderly that are holding grazing permits. And as you all know, some of them are on fixed income. Akot o e yahe yanan ho kam at ila at ila khalet o e yahe e bepit e honjish milede to at ila me hat no e yati o honjish and nache e yahe. Some of the chapters have passed resolutions. Akhalet o in hobenot o e at settle no e yahe ben nache e joint land board back in July 26, 2024, we done a resolution vacating the Gandhi new a 10 years if you bonding case and then the potential is but all in a host come out could always escape me it could also have this support. It would really be nice to go back to our members, our community members, to say that it's in the process, they're still being discussed. However, we would like to be in favor of our request for the bonding issue. And it's just not like $100. We did our own research. Different bondings companies don't even know the reservation because it's on the reservation. Some are allotted land, some are tribal trusts. And it's not gonna be reasonable. They are gonna go by animal unit, which is gonna be like anywhere from $400 to $500 yearly. Plus their grazing permitting fees. But I want to see case a shot of the any people in a hobby lot of people come hospital fee. But all day is something is to go ahead, very funny, Craig.
Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of RDC, for allowing the 3 agents to speak on behalf of this legislation. Also, we do have one more land board, and if RDC will allow me, the range time I have, 5 minutes, I would like to request members of this board meeting to allow Mr. Anthony Gay to speak on this legislation. He's right behind me. So the remaining time I have. Sir.
Mr. Brigade.
Ja, tegen die zien zo, hoe ze dat je is geen slag, ja, die was zien, ze voortling is naar haar bij het heel als je die door heeft van ja die is het haar hoe ze niet kunnen bij het ja is een keer dat is de napa de na die ja sabena die ja een die taak van de haste dosa Die gast niet in de andere zouden is daar. En had dan ik ja dit ja hij arum yes dat niet zo nou ja die komt het abi gaan zie arum gaat met dit. Die gezo is de hansia is de baag en die alleen zo als je dat niet gaat wat de hansen gaat in misschien als die niet gaat dan keren dan daar niet klaar Washington arum ja hij die dat en ik ben nou zo dat je jahagi is daar niet dat niet gaat dat je dat niet gaat. Ako edition het daar je hebt door zo de niet keren voor een beetje je best pas aan gaat dan ga je het aan gaat is na ja hij die komt als je naar daar je gaan ja dan vaak is dit gaan ben die checking chipslaan voor resolution voor dan aan zien ja had zie je dat het gaat door met aan dat zo is van die dat zo die na en hij die aan die wat gaan dan dat gaan het nee dat is best aan het is die link dat dan die kaya dat het ook niet gaat met not gaan keer de wat gaat met je ook ben na die voor de hij die kering je best was aan het zijn ja gaat kering dat gaat door die dat na zo paat aan na masan door children dan gaan hij dus aan de bebbe dat nog de link dat deze in passion nou ja het kies ook die wat ja die kies het ook ja die
Thank you, Mr. Begay. You have 2 minutes remaining, Ms. Julia Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of RDC. Had an honor to discuss this before the committee here. Appreciate that. This bond for the waiver means a lot.
I may add another comment. Thank you again. I really appreciate the conversation here related to bonding. One of the, I think, results of the committee should adopt this resolution to consider is what would happen if you do waive the bonding and people still want it. So please keep that in mind. The default process is that we would work with the land board, work with them in terms of any permit that might be with no payments. And then we will continue to work closely with them on that. That's something that I think the land board and the Department of Ag really needs to be aware of and work together, work with us to address those issues. I just wanted to add that. Sorry.
So with that, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you, Superintendent, Associate Cat. Give a little more information. So with that, members of RDC Cat for considering this legislation, I ask for support to approve this legislation, which will be very beneficial for our agency within the agency. Again, they're not there to make money, they're there to make a living off their, for food and everything like that. So, yeah, not good to, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. RC, thank you. Yeah, and again, those, we did talk to Marianne Conley in reference to the two provisions we being asked by Super Associate to be incorporated into legislation, and also the 10-year waiver. Hopefully Marianne is working on that. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and RC Cat.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, your agents. That concludes your 20 minutes time. At this time, our Honorable Clay, you have a question regarding this legislation?
Yes.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Otto. Thank you, Shana, Honorable Simpson. And then thank you to the agents that have completed a presentation regarding the bonding. So the first question I have is in regards to the time frame. So the waiver requests for 10 years. And I wanted to know, how did you project 10 years? So what was the thoughts behind a decade of waivers, and how would that benefit those that hold the grazing permits? So that would be the first question. The second question I have is, any waivers that are pursuant to the 25 CFR, was there any public forums that were completed? And if so, may we get copies of those forums and everyone that added to their thoughts on that? And then also, it was stated that within that agency, within that particular area, that there's permit holders. And so in there, it does say pursuant to 25 CFR subsection 166.600, a permittee, assignee, or sub-permittee must provide a bond for each permit interest acquired. Upon request by an Indian landowner, we may waive the bond requirement. So with that provision stated there, I wanted to ask if there was a petition where those that all permit holders did sign a petition to make that request. So that would be another question that I have. And then also, I wanted to hear the reasons of why bonding is not being provided by the permit holders. Are there specific reasons? And then also, I keep reading within these resolutions that it is a financial burden. So if we could get a cost amount to how much it is a financial burden to permit holders. There was no information given as to how much each permittee pays for the bonds. And the other question in regards to the payment is, I'm wondering how you came to that conclusion when we're hearing that no one is currently paying. So I'm wondering, how did we come to the conclusion that it's a financial burden, but yet there's no bonds that are being paid? So it's kind of rhetorical, but to me, those are things that I would like to hear. So if I could go ahead and get that answered. And I know that we keep hearing Big Navajo, the permit holders don't pay the fees, but the case is that in the sense of the land status, when the permittees went into that contractual agreement, it's a contract that you signed to say that you were going to assure bond requirements for the land that you're using. And more specifically, it's an ownership status for that land. Whereas Big Navajo, it's trust. No one owns the land. And so those are the differences that I want to go ahead and put on record as well. So if I could go ahead and get those questions answered, and I'll turn it back over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw, for your comments at this time. I'd like to turn the floor back over to our sponsor and agents to respond to those several questions by Honorable Claw.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of REC. But from the beginning, Superintendent Sochi stated this is for the trust land on each agency. Even though we have 22 land status, this is being requested for the trust land in Eastern Agency. Now, when he mentioned allotment lands, you know, he has discretion as superintendent if bonding will be required, but basically he might just go off of what's decided by Navajo Nation on the Navajo trust land data. So they could, so usually what's decided on Navajo Nation land on trust land on Eastern, BI usually goes with that data for the allotment land. So I just want that clarification. Now, on the question for the 10 year request, I'd like to go ahead and ask, because that came from the Joint Land Board data. So they should get out of the 10. Now, public forum in any, we as delegates, we go back to our people and listen to it, and we bring it back to the council to make those decisions. Aqua that district land board, the many under the joint land board, they speak, they have their district meetings, they have their joint land board meetings and other work session on Kigwa. They're the ones to convey this information to the RDC and the council. saying that, you know, we support the bond waiver. So that's how they passed their resolution, district resolutions and the joint land board. Just like us as RDC, we speak for the people when we go before the council. Again, it goes back to this district land board and joint land board. They speak for the people, what they hear at the district land board and the joint land board meetings. They speak. So that's where this is being brought forth to get this bond waiver request. 80. Now, bond requirement on that third question, if you believe BIE can answer that on the third question. Now, on the bond requirement, what are the specific reasons? And see, again, big now when we talk about trust land, this bond requirement waiver, we're talking about trust land on Eastern Agency ADA. So we're still talking St. Louis on trust land ADA. So so again, it goes back to the Big Navajo, very fortunate not to pay grazing what do you say, grazing fees. I think this bonding, 25 million, that's on a Big Navajo too, right? This on, no, this,
Some alumina.
no, the bonding requirement, I'm sorry, the bond, it's like the grazing renewal is for the Big Navajo too, right? Okay, so I just want to get clarification. On that, Ada. So, again, on this, as you know, most of our grazing permits, even on Big Navajo and on Eastern Agency, Trust Land, most of our people are just there to get very minimal income from having livestock on their grazing permits. And you're talking about either sheep or cattle. And we have very fortunate expert ranchers that these tribal ranches. They are not based on this, but they're expert ranchers. But Kujii grazing permits and Lily on Eastern Agency, again, question, associated with that, Mr. Gabe. They're not raising livestock to become rich. They're not. So anything we do our best as leaders, we do our best as land board members, we do our best as chapter, we do our best as council delegates to help our grazing committee to make a living. Again, they're not there to become rich. They're there to where their life provides food to them, or make minimal dollars to purchase food and pay their bills, like your utility bills. So TV, this will be a burden to where they have to get bonds, where they get bonds to get their grazing permit renewal in 2025, which will be going out in just next month, December 2024. So if the council, the RC does not pass this will be a requirement next month when they send out the bill that they will have to have that bond requirement. So the bills are going out next month, and that's why we're here before RDC. So again, on the third question, BIA can answer that question from Shadeja, Delegate Talk. And do you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to question 4, why the bonding, why, we're pushing this resolution to waive bonding is, number one, what these allottees are going to need are performance bonds. And as of today, which company provides performance bond? And I've met with Mr. Sosi and his staff looking at these performance bonds to cover the grazing fees. These grazing fees range from, I believe, $2 to $3 all the way up to $3,000. So those that are paying lower grazing fees, those are that's the those allottees are the ones that aren't paying. Those that are like $15 lower. this waiver is gonna specifically assist those that have higher permitted numbers. Though, especially those that are paying $3,000. What is this performance bond gonna look like? As Delegate Simpson stated, these ranchers are self-sustaining ranchers. They're not in it for profit. I don't think anybody on the reservation are in it for profit because the cap for permitted numbers is 350. Nobody, I don't think anybody has 350 sheep units. And if you equate that to cattle, it's not enough to be a large scale. So to assist these ranchers, these larger, smaller scale ranchers, that's what this bonding waiver is for. And then also the unknowns and the time crunch that we are against to find a company that will provide these performance bonds for these allottees. I know it was in discussion that Department of Ag could maybe develop a cost share program, which, you know, we could work out the details, but then again, number one, time is not on our side. Number two, the unknowns. We don't know which company is gonna provide it. And then also our, you know, for me, I can't understand it. We go in there, we pay a fee. Then on top of that, we gotta pay another fee to ensure that we pay this fee, but we've already paid it. So I'm kind of going in circles that, it is, you know, from the elders, it is scary to know that you're gonna have to pay another fee. But with this, waiver, it's gonna eliminate that worry for those elders that are paying and keeping up. And then the comment regarding what is the default process if, you know, this is passed, the waiver is in place, but what happens to those that do not continue to pay? Then we adopt what BIA is using as far as their default process. You're late on your grazing fee, you need to pay it by this date. The second time, you know, it's gonna go up to collections if you do not, not collections, cancellations. And then from there, due diligence was served. That's, you know, to answer your question, Delegate Claw, on number 4 of why these bonds are not being provided.
Thank you for your response. I'd like to circle back to Honorable Claw's question regarding the I know we've heard fixed income, how this is gonna impact, you know, those permit holders that are on fixed income. Now, you just stated that this is not pertaining to those that are, you know, in that category. So what is the cost, Delegate Claw's question of what is it gonna cost the permit holder on the bond?
That we don't know. Because,
Superintendent Solti?
okay, go ahead.
Thank you, for the opportunity again. We go back to the CFR, and if you look at, 166.601, how's the amount of the bond determined? So it basically says that the amount of the bond for each permit is based on value of 1 year's grazing rental fees. So it really comes from that. So you have, as Honorable Delegate Simpson mentioned, it's really a wide range of permittees that pay a certain amount, right? So it could be, you know, $15, $20 over to $3,000. So if you have a permit that has about, you know, you're paying $3,000, then you have to have a bond and the amount of $3,000 sitting there, and the certificate has to back that up. So that's how that would work. We don't have, you know, a common number that we use because each range unit is different. And each AUN is different based on the inventory studies that we've done. And that's how those are allocated, those AUNs. So I hope that clarifies.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Stossy. And also I'd like to, the question regarding, again, Honorable Claw, the 10-year, how did you determine that length of time of waivers for the bond? Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of REC and Cabinet. I'd like to, since the 10 years came from the Joint Land Board, again, they speak on behalf of their constituents and Grace Community. So, Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. REC, you can allow Madam Chair to speak.
No, not yet. How we came up with the 10-year was that when we begin to plan for the renewal, it was a 10-year grazing permit renewal. But as time went along, the planning and everything, like everybody said, some are delinquent. Some, they're lacking different documents. Which it, the and the tilldos så vi då den härlig då den and then conservation plan is another thing that needs to be in place. Okay, so from 10 years, talking about the full 10 years, we're kind of breaking it down to most active will be awarded maybe 5 years, kind of like a staggered contract because of their performance of their payments, of their tally counts, and their conservation plans. When we started the conservation plan, a lot of our permittees did not have a clear understanding what a conservation plan is there for. Some just did conservation plan to get the grazing permit renewal. Some followed the conservation plan, what is in the conservation plan. So and the 10-year, it was most likely it's gonna go like the staggered. Let's say with a good grazing permittee submits all 10-year tally count. No trespassing, no overgrazing. About Aggie, that's an A+ grazing permittee. That'll get a full 10-year. And that's not very much. Out of the permittees we have in Eastern, we're looking at probably about 5 or 6. The rest are lacking documents like tally count. The main issue is the tally count. So with that, this waiver of the 10-year will probably change depending on what level they're at. Most of our elderlies, us newer ones, it's like, okay, that's okay, I'll get it back. To be honest with you, even though our elderlies cannot, they live on fixed income, but however they follow the rules to say, they are not just over there. They not big and the stuff. Big and even then, in general tally count case. But the kidney, none, no, I think we're just at a don't care attitude. That's the way I look at it. It's like, okay, I'll get it done. I'll go over there and get it done, and I'll do it later. No, the time ends. And it's just really hard to say. Within Eastern, I would say we only have maybe 20 or more that are in good standings. The rest are delinquent. Even though they submit their payments, there's still a late payment fee. We have a lot of these too. And it's just $5. They're not paying it. But you know, sometimes I feel like I just making money in order to make those late payments and get them caught up, but it doesn't work that way. But I think the 10-year waiver plan is going to be a little bit different because we're making recommendations that we are going to recommend certain permittees go 5 years, 10 years, and even go in 1 year. 5 years, that's how we came up with the 10 years from the beginning. But now it's going to change because I would say the whole, at least in 19, District 19, 20, and 15. 15, there's off reservation permittees. So out of the four, maybe 75%, they're like delinquent. We need to take care of those. At the end of the, all this stuff started coming up and everybody's like, oh my God, what's gonna happen? Oshkosh, Chicago, Oshkosh, that's where they're at. And those that just ranch, take their cow, put on their mom property, that's totally different too. But anyway, that's how we came up with the full 10-year was granted to them at the beginning of the grazing renewal. But Kade Yahe were making recommendations to go maybe staggered. Good people, but medium people will go 5 years. Good 100% people will go 10 years. But those have been delinquent, that haven't paid, that haven't done a tally count, at least 1 or 2 tally counts, we're gonna go 1 to 2 years. So that will really depend on where they're at. And we're still trying to work on the tally count issues too, so so this 10-year will probably change.
Again, we don't want to get complicated here, okay? Focuses on the bonding. So bonding is a requirement, as I state, CFR provision. There will be other requirement for our overall 2020 raising renewal project. We're gonna be, the rental rate, all these different aspects of that project. So I think in general, the bonding really needs to be seen in isolation in terms of the other parts of it. The reason why the 10-year, at least from our perspective, is this. So we, like I said, about 3 years ago, we had our audit, we went through that, and we had to justify why or why not. That if there was any bonding that was going on, and we don't have, history, legacy, or whatever issue you want to cite it to that. But we said we have to have the bonding, so we started working closely with Department of Ag, the land board on it to explain what the bonding is. And so what we realized, I think, in that conversation is the capacity might not be there. So more conversations happened because people were getting 10-year, because we were saying we're doing a 10-year renewal. So it would be consistent with that 10-year renewal, right? And the other part of it was that the building up of the capacity, understanding, what vendors offer bonding in the area and how does that work, on the trust land and even on allotment lands, all those questions were being discussed and reviewed. And so I think the capacity, the infrastructure, if you will, is not clearly identified. And so when we said that we're under the 10-year renewal, bonding will be required. So then more conversations happen based saying that maybe we can build up the capacity within that 10 years. Maybe people will better understand what bonding is. Maybe there could be like financial institutions that can be identified that could help. So I think those are all the different organic conversation we had in the last 5 years or so. So I think it really is looking at the administrative implementation on the bonding and then also the capacity that's there. So I think 10-year was a good number because it was consistent with the 10-year project that we were doing. But certainly the committee can recommend or do something different. That's based only on the bond.
Thank you, Superintendent Stossy. At this time, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. RDC. My little sister always asked me good questions. They could share. And the impact of asking for additional requirement for naval permittees in East Agency. Again, as I stated, they're not there to become rich. As you know, with drought, we're already in drought, we we're getting good moistures, they had to buy hay. And they had to haul water for their livestock. The earthen dams are not being filled up. So that's additional cost to them. Then our roads are washboard. And that's where tear, especially, heavy load. And we, have heavy load on your vehicle trucks. And a lot of people don't have heavy duty trucks. Have come to this process. We see the heavy load, that turns all the way down. So that's wear and tear in the vehicle. Repairs expenses, maintenance expenses, so these all associated now, we're asking for another type of expense that they incur. While they have a grading permit. That's a lot of money. And a lot of here don't know what bonding requirement we're talking about. And this is within 10 years, we start educating our people, as the superintendent stated. We start educating people what bonding is really is. So again, I really appreciate it because this is some very good questions about my little sister asked, and we're learning. Again, I want to say thank you. Yeah, but we're doing it for our naval people that want to continue. We want that culture to continue to where we have our naval people have livestock, sheep, cattle. We talk about that. We got to keep teaching our next generation about how a culture is having livestock, horses, cattle, keep say that. So this is the purpose, but we don't want to stop it because we cannot afford to purchase some type of bond that's required under CFR to continue with our grazing, people have a grazing permit. And so Chantal, Mr. Vice Chair, I have one young person here that's actually not elected official. He's a grazing committee out of Herfingham. And if you want to hear from an individual that's a grazing committee, he's young, he's not an elder. But even being a young person, it still has an impact on a young person being a grazing committee. Yes, we talk about elders, it has a dramatic impact on our elders, but even as a young person, Dustin Johnson here. Mr. Chair, if you allow me to have him speak maybe just a couple of minutes, even the impact is going to be a young grading committee. Last week, so he's here. So if you can give me a couple of minutes to him present the impact, even as a young grading committee, if you allow me to have him speak. Mr. Garcia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, members of the RDC, Mr. Chairman, Delegate Simpson and honored guests, officials. My name is Dustin Johnson. I'm a grazing permittee under District 19 and also have another grazing permits over in District 20, which Mr. DSC oversees. I'm a fourth generation permit holder. My great grandmother had the first run. My grandma passed away in 2020, and before she did that, she put me on one of the grazing permits. And when she passed away, I took over the Vicente permit. And the bonding issue that you guys have right before was presented to us permittees back in 2017. Under the former Delegate Freeling, he used to have town hall, rancher town hall. Mr. Superintendent Sosi, landlord official, would attend to that town hall. And so Mr. Superintendent Sosi also realized and told us that the bonding issue was coming around because of the audits. And then we were, then the COVID happened. And then everything kind of disappeared for a while. And then the renewal started coming back up. And Mr. Zosey at the Eastern Navajo Agency meeting last December said that the renewals are coming up. The bonding requirement is going to be official. The grazing permittees are going to have across the board cuts in regards to our stocking rate, and our grazing fees were going to be increased. Those three items were addressed to us at that time. And I know the bonding issue, the way I realized it, and going to different educational seminars hosted when Mr. Jim used to be with the NAS program, and also grazing permittee meetings held by our grazing officials and also the Eastern Navajo Land Board, Eastern Navajo Agency, addressed the same issues. Back in May of last year, they told us that the grazing, the bonding requirement was going to be required. And I talked to some of my other permittees, my neighbors, told them, my elderly neighbor to the south, she's 85. And I told her that her bonding would be the same amount as her grazing fee right now. And to give you some insight on that, my grazing fee for the 2 permits would be about $1,200. That's at $2 an AUM. If it was suggested as what BIA suggested at $4 or increase of 4 times, that would be 4 times more. And then my bond would be the same amount as that. So if the grazing fees stay at the same $2, my bond would be $1,200 basically. Is what I would have to provide for. But I would have to provide it for by January 1st of this year. Because that's when the renewals will start. And the beneficial, you were asking about the numbers. When you actually think about it, ranchers and farmers, they only work for one payment, one paycheck a year. That's when we sell our calf this time of the year. And yes, calf prices are high, but when you consider, I buy a bull every 2 years, that's $4,500. I buy 2 bulls to cover my calf. So that's almost $9,000, $10,000 at a medium price bull. That's not including the feed that I produce. I also farm, and I just got my fertilizer bill for my farm, and it's $1,200. That's a $300 increase from last year. Everything is increasing. And the thing about the bond is that we would have to I would have to tie up that money for 10 years. I wouldn't be able to touch it for 10 years. At the end of 2035, when it goes to renewal, I'll get that money back. But then guess what? I gotta start the process over again. And it could be, BIA might say, we're gonna raise it $10 an animal unit. Where am I at then? Or if we keep it as where it is now, yes, it's $2. But like Delegate Simpson said, we also haul water. On District 19, I'm in a temporary permit use area regarding NAPI and NIP. So I can't do any conservation improvements without their approval and land board approval. So I'm tied. I can't redo my earthen pits, my dirt dams. I can't put a well in. I can't do anything without their approval. So what do I have to do? I have to haul water. Hauling water. How much does a cow drink a day? I can only haul 500 gallons with my trailer right now, 1,000 gallons, basically. So and then when I do that, does the Navajo Nation give me money for that? I can go to USDA and request emergency services, but it has to be in a drought year. And when does drought start? Drought starts when the next day after it rains. That's when drought starts. And like you guys said, it's a cultural thing. I was handed down this from my grandmother, my grandpa, and everything. I learned from them. And I also go and educate myself. I'm a member of the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association, New Mexico Farm Bureau Association. So I educate myself, at least try to get some things. And it helps me with my calves because I can educate them. I wean them 45 days. The longest I've ever done it was 60 days. And that was provided by my own hay that I produced during the summer. So the beneficial, like I said, the 10-year, and I was the one that kind of that talked my landlord into doing the bonding resolution. And I went before her chapter. I went before, the Tenty chapter. I went before the Eastern Joint Land Board twice. I went before the Eastern Navajo Agency Council. And I told them and advocated on behalf of myself, because if you look at it, we're the only ones that pay grading fees on Big Navajo. You guys said, we pay for grading fees. And we're also, the whole permit system in our area, yeah, like when my grandmother passed away, our permit was canceled, so I had to reapply for it. Whereas on Big Navajo, it stays in probate, it stays in probate, it stays in probate. So we are in a different area. And I'm asking you to waive the bond, just like you guys do when you guys put in a pipeline. When the RDC approved the master agricultural lease, they waived bonding. They don't have the bond. They don't have to pay for the bond. So it's beneficial for us producers because you guys waive some bondings for some companies. So why not for our own members?
Thank you. Yeah, at this time, Honorable Clay, you had a follow-up question?
Yes. So I am offering an amendment to this legislation, and I don't know if Mrs. Khan is done with the amendment. But basically, I'll just explain the amendment. So the first thing is that I want to state that we heard the percentage of those that are not paying, which is 75% of the permit holders are not paying for their fees. And then also that there is a payment tier system. And so it sounds like the land board is also exploring options of how that will be assessed with collaboration of Department of Agriculture and BIA. Therefore, the amendment would include that the Eastern Agency Land Board be given that responsibility in addition to the partners of Department of Ag and BIA to explore the options of those fee payment systems. And then also that this be evaluated, this 10-year waiver be evaluated within 2 years, just to see what kind of public education is happening. So that would be the amendment that I would offer. And then also, I do understand the concern. And then also what was stated is that bonds are waived for contractors and enterprises, and that we should consider our Navajo Nation ranchers. So I am in support of supporting our ranchers, but I feel that we do have to ensure that we are doing this project responsibly. As it is stated right now, many of our members do need education. They need to understand the importance of maintaining the payments. So therefore that amendment will address that. In addition to that, I also wanted to just state to BIA that from my time being here on the Navajo Nation Council, I have seen quite a bit of work done with Eastern Agency. Very sad to see the same amount of work is not being done for those in our Navajo Hopi land area. We have permittees that are asking, that have been begging for almost 20 years to reissue their permits of 10 sheep units. And so I want to hold Department of Agriculture and BIA responsible, and also hold them accountable to help those on Big Navajo as well. And from what I have seen, we have seen members of Eastern Agency advocate The same has been happening from those that are affected by the partition lands, but no assistance has been given to those individuals. I've had people that have come up to me, grandmothers that have cried and said that they've never seen their grazing permit, and that's only one thing they've asked for only 10 sheep units. But yet, here we are sitting here and talking about, we are asking for waivers. So what I'm asking for is for those reissuance to be made a priority. And so I just wanted to make that request as well. But as far as the amendment, that would be a directive, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Pro Tem Chair and see if that amendment is ready.
Thank you, Honorable Claw, Ms. Mariana Khan, as those, I believe we have a couple of amendments.
Just, I mean, they're almost still.
Okay. Okay, to give some time over to, Speaker Otto Sok.
Before I go on the other comments, my, John Otto, I did, then board members, so I did, Ben, so started, so sige. There. I always say that the Navajo Nation has 4 grazing permits, grazing regulation that it utilizes. Each grazing regulation has certain policies and procedures in place, which is governed by the CFRs. And the CFRs is not governed by a tribe, by our tribe right now. If I decide to strike a certain language in the CFR, I don't have that responsibility. That authority don't rest in me. That authority rests in Congress. As a land board member, is this something that the Navajo area office, have they conveyed or consulted you guys to say, hey, we need to go down this route to amend the CFR? That's the easiest way that I can see this can be resolved. Then, as a gentleman referred to the $2 fee, you got a good herd of cattle, $200 and to $2, and your fee comes up to $1,200. You got a good herd of cattle. I know what cattle cost is. I know what a bull cost is. I know what this year's calf yieldings are. And yes, we all work to that one time, October, to hold on to our calves based off of when we put our bulls into the pastures. Ranching is not something that's forced upon us. You do ranching for the love of what you do. Whether it's a loss, whether it's a little bit of a gain, whether it's a huge profit. So I can't say that the Navajo Nation is responsible for the hay, the water. You have to put your 2 cents into ranching. And I know that each rancher submits their losses when they submit their tax each year. I do that too. You submit your hay dollars that you purchase from
the hay vendors, when they give you a receipt, your mileage, your feed, your grain, your salt, your mineral. I do that too. But it goes back to the policy, and I think that the question is that to the Bureau of Indian Affairs is that they are trying to take care of an issue that happened 3 years ago, which is an audit. And it sounds like that audit, it probably comes from Governmental Accountability Office, which indicated that Navajo area BIA, you did not do this. You are not following the regulation. You're not doing this. You're doing this. How come you don't have this? How come you don't have that? Behes ani what ego bakata so leje behes an Washington behes ani yaje. Lede ni hikoje net do le he. Do ni hikoje net da. I think this can be a trust litigation. This can be a trust lawsuit from the Navajo Nation. They're not consulting you. They're not telling you, hey, rancher, you have to pay these fees. In the CFR, we have to pay this. Maybe we should do a resolution from the Navajo Nation Council and say, and tell to the Internal Revenue Service and say, can you waive our tax payment to the federal government each year? This is the same thing. Wish we could do that. I think that, Jananta, we are trying to find a way to get the Bureau of Indian Affairs back into compliance. That's basically what's tied to this. And then the bonding issue. I think that, my recommendation to the committee is that I think we should have a dialogue with the Department of Justice to see what could be brought forth, because it may be breach of trust. Our trustee did not tell you whether the permit was given to you by your grandparents down the line. They didn't tell your grandparents that you have to pay bonding. Haish or ye bonding the neck etche. Haish e petinade ti de quad nilago, ade petinade e tishlin, e quadnan, anki e ya, ye nasty dog katochit ayat e ye the dog. That government to government consultation has not happened. But yet it showed up in the audit form, and now Navajo area, the Bureau of Indian Affairs is trying to get in compliance. Because one, it's going to impact their funding. Congress is going to say, if you do not comply with this act right here, or with this audit here, we are going to tie up your money. You're going to only get this much for this next fiscal year. That means less services to you. It's not because of the permit holders not paying their bonds. It's because of the federal government not telling you why you should be paying the bond. And I think that this should have came up in this sense in 2017. We should have already had legal look at this. And there's some trust responsibility that has not been given to our permittees and you as land board members. And we can't just say it's because of COVID. The federal government still collected taxes, federal taxes during COVID. They made sure we paid our taxes. Even na koko, on sissy kids, nanta. Jo did not issue did peso that adult ya the cushy the next jiggy be careful cut issue peso best only in lahaki that's not honey na koko what na ha be care or what koko ya ni little bit. There's nana I go able test a hold ya go what able did now Washington but there's enough with need. And this is a form of consultation, and I look at it as if this permitting is not renewed, they're punishing you. You're not in compliance because you don't have a performance bond. Therefore, we're going to take your permit away. How many times have you had Eastern Agency range technician go out to you guys and say, you have to pay this? These are who are the vendors are that could pay these bonds. You get paid to, they deal with tribal trust land. Got a home and I got a vendor of who provides home insurance on tribal trust land. Cause you're either telling you can't, not dead. This is case. And I think that whether we push this through, and I just told my brother here, I can't support this, but I had to rethink about things. But bottom line is the federal government is not providing that consultation indirectly. And I think that the nation is taking a trip to Washington in 2 weeks. Now I'll have a conversation with Mr. Newland and Mr. Stevens. Because I see that you guys are not being consulted. What's gonna happen if your permit holders don't pay this fee? What's gonna happen to the permit? That's threatening you. These policies that are in the CFR is something that they should be consulting us here. That 166 CFR is not a Navajo Nation permit. It's a federal government permit. Washington, let's see, how many of you guys have a permit like that? Does that have the Navajo Nation emblem on there? They're having us do the dirty work to say, hey, your council's gonna have to do this and do that to get this. And it's bringing frustration, and you're probably frustrated because Resource and Development Committee is asking questions. It's a government document that they need to continue to make sure that everything is clear at the local level. Washington the nebejit bakaagi to anta but beige best only get what up and then ego knock did not sauce the tree what up but it ako could never Washington see Joe. I see that. I think it's a breach of trust. They're not telling you. I think that my recommendation is that I know you guys are pressed against time. I do like Honorable Crowdy or Honorable Shanna N. Claus amendment. I support that. But I think that we need to get further legal advice on this. Not only from our legal attorney here, from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. There's something wrong. Then the other, number two, is that we have to go down the path to amend the CFR. The requirement to have the bonding portion can be stricken out by Congress in a technical amendment. Or the fees that are required in 166 can be stricken out by Congress in a technical amendment. To say, hey, Congress, this CFR that you have put into law, there's issues with it. You have 161, CFR 161, 167, and 700. Which don't require these things. It'll be so done. And I think that that's the road that I think we should be going down to, and from the Eastern Land Commission, I think a technical amendment from could be formulated from the Eastern Land Commission office and working with the Senate. And that way we can request and see if Congress can change this law for us. So that there, you don't have to pay the land, the $2, the animal unit fee. The other is, they can strike out the bonding requirement. So, I see you now, something done that. So let's turn on cut, give up, which I'm not still, I see, I keep that. Has done no. Never come now. Allah it registers to them. And I think that that's the road that the nation should take. But this temporary, this amendment here, I think is something that we can work with. And I think that we can alert Congress and alert the higher up, the Bureau of Indian Affairs that we don't like this. And we demand that we get a policy change. Oh, up and again, it's the Navajo Hopi Land Commission is going through this process with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission's technical amendment to the Public Law 93, 531. If we can get draft language, I'm sure the Eastern Land Commission and RDC working together could get something together to get this portion of the CFR changed. I see, case. I don't know. Our agriculture office could at least be part of the discussion. All of it. Nanike ya ane nedo galo bedati their livelihood. But again, to make things easier, I think that's the route that we can go. But again, we would have to have find a path pertaining to that, and also working with the Navajo Nation Washington office and having indirect meeting with the House Resource Committee and the Senate National Resource Committee. Because this is a perfect time to look at your 166 on what else needs to be changed. And then that way we could mold it and get Congress to change it. Because Bureau of Indian Affairs at Gallup is only following orders. And I'm going to go back to the audit. Now, so I stand a copies, so I should also be carrying in Washington. Ade ya go the H cap, because nanta bears on story, because nanta hikne. That's all they're doing. And that's the reason why I raised the trust responsibility issue. And being threatened that your permits will be taken is not a solution. I take that as a threat. You have the federal government telling you, I'm gonna take your livelihood away. If the federal government told me to take my permit, I would say no. Whether we look at that 1 year to turn in, to take our calf crop in. And we, at the end of the day, when the bills are paid, we only make a little amount. Go, open, I'm not sure, go, idea, so, the kids lot. So, and the Naha, it's something that has to happen. You have to find a way to get people into compliance. I'll hold it or they go, so bad, see.
Thank you, Speaker So. You give the floor over to Chairman Nez at this time.
Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members, and Delegate Simpson, your agents. Just last month, I had a birthday. And when you turn the age where you know you're over 60, you begin to consider the brevity of life. You start to think about young people as to what they're going to be faced with. And just when you look back and examine your life, you see the footsteps in your life. You see and hear the words of your elders, the wisdom keepers, which I would refer to them as. They handed to us a baton of knowledge. You're either going to take it and absorb the teachings, use it for yourself, and hand it over to your children. That's why I always value listening to our elders. As lawmakers, we will always opine the things that we want to say. We're going to create laws. We have this stat right here that we're going to approve at some point. Now, as I read the intent of this legislation here, which may become law or it may fail, I would like to read what it says here, the heading, relating to Resource and Development Committee, which is us, requesting a waiver of the bonding and surety requirements of 25 CFR for grazing permits in Eastern Navajo Agency. On the 24th Council's RDC, we passed a legislation for NPL, PL and the gay. Yeah, Chanson, Naila. the Koro Washington, BIA. At on our source by Nathan, Roger Deji, at 10 ship units, he Alan Begay says, Edo Sitanilla, that's not enough, he says. 50 Edo Nathanilla. I can now done so then our eyes were just like almost bulging out of our sockets. But my colleagues passed it anyways. And I don't know whatever became of it since it was passed with BIA. But you know what we now, I don't think those shouldn't that are damn. Delegate Simpson, Anthony, and Fanny Yado, Janice, Justin. Iona Genson, Justin. Pauline McCauley. Very sweet lady, grandma. I could just see the strength of our heart for her people, as well as how she attained such stature of decorum, which I would define as wisdom. Now, Sarah, then Etlegi as a Navajo. I don't let Bishop Haneko. When someone tells me something, I start to think. I almost go into a deep trance of meditation, wondering, I wonder where this one word came from. What is the root word? Ha'ish beket ol shadit igish had attentions unto that. Now, if you look at the Navajo Nation seal, visualize that rope going around it. Visualize the arrowheads going around it, 50 of them. Visualize the 4 mountains, white, blue, yellow, and black. Visualize the sun. Visualize the rainbow and the 2 corns at the bottom. And then right in the middle of it, right in the middle. Why is it in the middle? There's a cow, there's a horse, and there's a sheep. Let's take, for example, the rainbow, what it symbolizes. Sovereignty. Not illet. Ben hit it, let up. Now, the what ego Navajo Nation seal, it says Great Seal of the Navajo Nation, because it's beautiful. Whoever designed it had to have spiritual intervention to do that. Hala agent ego. Though it's it egon chi is cash. Hush, but what again go 18 age chancens until that. Though it's not chanta. It's not just drawn out or thrown together. It took some deep meditation to come up with that seal. So back to the 3 animals. You can lively put it on the long case. Nikedana, when our people were released from Fort Sumner, they yearned to go home. They yearned to go home to their homeland between the 4 sacred mountains 4 years of praying to be released, to go home. Oh, because of what the federal government, Kit Carson, did to our people. Nike koda na so tanege be yajna satida. Anasco, anisco. Be asati tlehiki hodlo. There has to be some sort of unity. A house divided shall not stand. That comes from the Bible. A house divided shall not stand. Do hajobe sai tle koko do ben kitzida. But change the late, then no foundation. Nothing, we can think that there's foundation, but in the war, it becomes precarious. But out of that often son. I often wonder, how does it feel to turn 70 or 80 years old? And especially if you're 90 years old. What do you think about? What do they think about when they look back and ponder their lives? And now they know life at some point will come to an end. Akodiri koro sa betana dit aiki bonsiskes asher. What I think, my opinion is wavered. Okay. Now, on this second page, G, right here, Wagi, and I'm not again. The BIA, this is Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, may waive the bond requirement for grazing permittees, specifically under 25 CFR, now, which states, so what it's telling me is the Code of Federal Regulations, Washington, has this is what it says in there. This is what Congress in the House, but not on it, and then again, I get you do it, they just on house, and I get banda, yo, Niki, Haiti, like a quacky egg on and when specifically authorized. What does that mean? By an appropriate tribal resolution establishing a general policy for permitting of Indian agricultural lands, that BIA will waive or modify the requirement that a permittee post a surety or performance bond. So to me, what I'm reading is because Washington 25 CFR Korodis solicit Dahagi Banan Nishios Niki Korohato did one netadon a story kek apodo least clarification. D ani deep has ani and specifically authorized, there will be an authority by the appropriate tribal resolution, which is us in here, not only not finish a resolution, legislation bed. BIA, which it known. Then for BIA, then going to hit a last legally, it was ego or the donation. Wait, it all needs the donation. Doro het egoisch pasta. Bishop was net over het egoisch kakkelpot. Die idee, ja, yes, kisje, misschien. Araba kaki en nela die kaki. Even The Ahut ego, it will impose a burden on these individuals that will create financial hardship. Christovich in a hint nada. Hela Dobich in a hint nada yet of chi on it, that's all. Dahagi. Nilsko. Hans was she been for the knocking 50,000. Asian, we're not going to raise our hands. Hatashi is the Bahunicin, it's in the way now, the Gahiki Bahunicin. I wrote to the legacy that there whole team, a chimpati, na. Ahorat ego, she could have not a dick about them, Senigi. I've been hitchy, and I'm not again. Hajikola, big Navajo, though, Eastern Navajo. Whether you're big Navajo or small Navajo or little Navajo or Eastern Navajo or Northern Navajo, Southern, Western, we're all Navajos, right? The Nani, Tlaanitsko, Asta, the Nani, Wait, ego lay, Hiti, Kato, da Hini, Tako, Ein, Hashin, Benafut, Ein, Hat Al, Ido, Chana, Nigo, Kodo, Nan Chin Beto, Zinde, Naste Bed, Ara, Hot Lana, and then he gave a cup or Chabon, Isela, on something that a man just case go for Dida. A Kodit, again, this legislation is, if you at them, I'll try it, three pages. Now we're going to have an amendment. A Kodit, Roya, yes, take ja, Bachonitzen, Lantana, Senegi. They Herfenode resolution again. They have a population of 3,000 plus residents. That's quite a bit of people right there. Land than that. I drove by Shane, this and Herman de Jackie. Out of the Eastern Agency Council. Quite our data. Das von an Spati, Nethigate on Nanisunda. Aslalago, Abeban, Sahakesi gate, Arjuno ye Nanho, Kantlansango, Inch Kasha. I don't know, it's not Hashan. And also, what I'm reading here in some of these resolutions is Paki Inela from Land Board, okay? Under whereas number 4, CFR 66 grazing permits, bonding and insurance requirements regulation is in effect. However, Nela, it is there. However, it has not been enforced. Then, ora zupa has ani lots of lego. Ora zuta pahil said lego naro behosunda. It is even naro enforcing either. Has not been enforced, and fees have never been collected for the issues of grazing permits. This tells me that this was created back then, but it was never enforced. I don't care if it don't need a land. The carbe has on it, when that's out of it on need that. So it is even now, I don't easily let that. So to make them start paying now, I think Ovan Siskes go Sheen Siniki, all those that if they are behind on these bills, just forgive them, but let it go. And in 10 years, start. I'd have been now. I could open and Tinones Nandocha. I'd echo me yesterday that she put that needle there. Oh, then the Arabana, which she the best one, and she in other don't need. They like Faber has money when they give in, and here, though, we also can go back to this waiver that the CFR states to have an appropriate tribal resolution to waive. That's not it on any. Nonsense. Se karo tenne but jo by in single. The name for Loro ye kit la give in the way nado de ish don Sunday. I know what poverty looks like when I was a kid. She's Bahoson. Nasty the baby get off your lap, don't get your glass a lot. A coat, they would take it if I was sticking on case be dead, or now can't take it. Vice Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor back over to our sponsor and agents. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of RDC. Before I make the request to the committee to allow a couple of my agents to speak. Thank you, Cash Designate, making some comments and for your questions, no question, and my brother Tiller. So yeah, I know your concerns. Yeah, okay. Thank you for your comments, Shana, Delegate. Yes. I shouldn't talk, could nobody check. Anything that has to do with federal government. You know, we talk about where these old federal laws needs to be changed. To the effect. And to this day, being back on the council, being my second year in this term. I really haven't seen anything that we have made requests to the federal government to make some of the CFR amendments. I think it's a start. From here, RDC. You know, we talk about BIA employees. Some are our own, especially are now, some are our friends, some are not. Some are sticklers for CFR for document. Prime example, home site lease. When we passed, we had employees stating that I stick with what I gave what position I had on the home site lease regulation was approved by RDC, that it will still have to be approved by the Secretary of the Interior. Now, to me, from that, it's infringing on our sovereignty. BI employees. Yes, they follow the CFR, but you could go this route to get something done for your Navajo people. This is a prime example right here. This is a prime example. Yes, we can implement the bonding now because of the audit report. We can implement that. But you can do this through a tribal resolution to request for a waiver of the bond requirement. So two entities, us, BIA economics, particularly Continental, such either sticker for CFR. Now, those are the stickers of CFR. I think we as delegate need to start looking into working with our congressional delegations to start saying we want these CFR amended. Because we're a sovereign nation, we don't need government to tell us what to do. But could you the bond requirement? We don't want to implement the bond requirement. We want to show there's laws that are in place that can help you, to help your grading committee to through the nomination council to ask for a bonding waiving requirement. We don't just want to run this through. Sometime even 5 years, 2017, 5 years, that's almost 7 years right now. Sometimes we can't even make a decision to address this issue. This last year, for BIA, we were told this is forthcoming here in RDC, work session. Then you RDC is concerned, I appreciate that. Now, government has been happening from the Eastern Agency to the land board. The land board represents the people, the grading committee. all of that, they're going to pass a resolution saying that we want a bond requirement. The year gets by the house and out of base of that you cut a base away in either. There's a livelihood on that. I could DD bond, yes, another expense to be a grazing committee. We can't afford it on that. So that's why they requesting their land board, it's what they're requesting Jordan Land Board, it's requesting BIA, they're requesting part of ag saying that us showing that the okay, the bond requirement to be waived. Okay, that's what we're doing right here for. So I'm not an expert in the Hopi land relocation issues. I'm not an expert. If the commission brings me something that they need help and I will support that. I will not admit anything, because I'm not the expert. The commissioners, the delegates from there, the people from there are asking me, as a legislator, I'll support it without a minute. But not, hey, but what else then? Any community in the Navajo Nation, bring Navajo in, I will support it. Because you, as delegates, know the issues, your people know the issues, your chapters know the issues. Everyone in here that came here are Eastern Agency community members. They know the issues from the Eastern Agency. When something needs to be addressed by the council, like this right here, so it's not, I think there's just two provisions that Eastern Superintendent from BIA requested then, Ms. Jim requested 10 years, any huge case. But from here on, it's 10 years, when it, leads to be 2035 grading renewal, AC holy, we get everything set in place to just the bonding requirement, but Christian and that's kept. Maybe within that 10 years, we can get CFR change where this law can be amended, where bonding part will not be required, So 80 that, you go, kid. Congress, the next 10 years, Congress is not going to pass it in next year, 2 years. It takes one thing's being amended, take 5 to 10 years to be amended. So 80 like those two provisions and the 10 years that we incorporate that. But at the same time, we'll continue to work with CFR to be amended, not just this, but other pertaining to agriculture and our oversight. The as delegates, as RDC members, So if I can question, I think Michelle just has some statement and I should here allow me Vice Chair.
Yes, okay, listening to your comments and then your questions. And then from Mr. Johnson, back in 2014, the tribe sued the United States for mismanagement of the tribe's trust assets. And out of that, there was a settlement that had come about. And also with dollars as well as guidance from BIA. And part of that, we have to develop conservation plans for these permittees and allottees. And these conservation plans, in my previous positions, that's what I did. I worked side by side with farmers and ranchers and to help them understand what conservation plans were for. All it is, if we want to sum it up, is how are they going to conserve their range as well as their livestock and their livelihood. They have to understand what they got to work with. Conservation plans. And then also grazing fees, tally counts. These are all accountable measures for ourselves as well as our permittees and allottees to ensure that we start to manage our rangeland correctly as well as our livestock numbers correctly. I just want you guys to understand what we are doing here. We're asking the federal government to waive these bonds because of the financial hardships. As I mentioned, these bonding performance bonds are going to affect those that have larger operations such as Mr. Johnson's. because we have high input costs. We have high operational input costs with no resources available here on the reservation. And then also on the topic of MPL and Eastern Agency, these are two separate things, and I would ask you guys to keep them separate. With MPL, from Department of Ag, we are working on it, and the reason why they have not been able to move forward from the last administration, because it was a directive from the NES administrations to not work on these MPL issuance of the permits. I just want to say that, because my staff have been working diligently to get NPL back their permits. But because of that directive, they were at a standstill. And we are working with Delegate Simonson to get these permits reissued. And that's the reason why I'm asking you guys, please keep them separate. Please keep Eastern Agency and MPL separate. They're two separate things. So moving forward with Eastern Agency bonding waiver, you know, let's keep moving forward. And as far as going to Congress to amend, you know, yes, the bonding requirements do need to be amended, but as far as the $2 AUM, you know, that was put in place as how what do we value our livestock? And that's where the $2 AUM came into play. So if we go back to zero, again, we need to be accountable from the nation. How are we gonna help our producers be accountable? You gotta pay for something, you're gonna take care of it. We have a conservation plan. We all have an understanding how we're gonna move forward in case of drought. What are we gonna do? And other plans that are put into these conservation plans, as well as to keep our producers moving forward and being progressive. So that's what I have to add, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jim. Does that conclude,
Just a quick statement from Mr. Gates.
Okay.
Quick statement.
نتعلم سنة كاب كده كي جدي تيجي أيضا عاجو بس متشابه نحن يو أي سبب جند إني كيدي أيضا كده تبتين تشنن دا جات وجه خز أنا يصير خا أتخنن إشكيش به أني به كيف به أبي أكو دي كده بن يهجي أي سبب ناجي يسناجي كده واشنطن He came on that later, he not on that later, the Adam that is not. I put in the has Tayan Adam that is yet, then that is that the negative or put either a page or the champion. Getting has heart that just a hot soil is not in Schleier Adam that is that. Who gets us so the Hanek so stick Washington. Ako algo lahat di ay na ilahi na sikli so di na lahat sikli na utleni. Ako di natin shlay ay atong da ilahi shla pesa do ka hal ayo di na khal zati no na chizat na say ay pesa go hilki. De kwagi ge ay ay isanda iste ay de ahazni da yande gicha Washington chize ay yando. Nenda illa ista'illa ako di ay sa donda ay donata at lehgi na khatis kana sta arba sahle ako end ay be his ani asli kit so John Lennon United States Constitution Bill of Rights due process CFR ay been English I don't get at nan be watching them and ani is that Kutsa elin gen to khandai lagi sistana khagi eti patozzo ya ida ako ni keje bunda bedini khasha to Allah na kidin datige make the first two payments the rent just oh hey what you make first and last month's rent is late ya khafin ne ako ei sai tarif ne isla ade is kar do in dibes ani nothing so how could she that is be awesome you have cash You have negotiable treasury securities, certificate of deposits, letter of credit, surety bonds, and performance bonds. I put in the DICIS, you know, I got this, I need, hey, I said, wait, I just not, not, Klein, he's the one, they like it, he's in the inside base, it's out of the pebble and shaple and gun. That's chicken gun, I seen the chicken again, then that he like, what show is young, he's also who did or he's on put up his knee, the put the comic and shouldn't yarn. I just get us to the insurance, he need young is now. I just put that. The eye is not a car, what about I was in the eye? Non-Australian, here are kids again, telling on some study based on the study. So even there, this is something in Rock or Bang that need. Guys, again, we get lagging based on one base of child, nothing the kid. And then not in car, I have a just only belated. I did none cut. A people not heartless, none of quick inside another appraisal that gave credit scores, credit report. Any or a codito factor. Then you must not get shade. I have name out of that and it's not like it. I just let her day out, but it's been. I call you go down. Could give I 7 months and get a he is an arrow, not have a pub and or he's got a dog, she's 8 and left for the one. But it is okay. So I have the sleep will run. Sleep in that closet pen and she are the biggest chill left on neither. Oh, now he paid quite a price are you behind your stuff. But you could ask, are you? Kajan the letter is that of course, every night. Baggy, but actually, it's just to cover the yearly rental payment. But then, even not they don't need horse lago, even the day meeting. They his unhit dust, the hugget of a craggy, bohane, oh, Shashitas, Yas, Eto, that he did. Washington, Yapan, Zine, careful, and Zine, but they got him the kid, but on London, AD based art education national town of the Shenigi, Hala Joe, but in Nigeria, for the Daton, 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 AD Quaggy, AD Quaggy, you know, you can't see him and what are Yahoo Zine, the Lagan of the Zadi. I call AA Quaggy, I used to buy what I was. I call PAR, ne, he can't, ne, a slap peso. I bahas lahat mischief no na pwede ako kahati kaya ay alam bata sa stay ako that NBA ya hay kajola kajila ay kinastay niya dena jidishni which as lago na receive next ya askanya ya kunsit which days in which yes sashin hijida illa Assuredly, could they know he could open tap. As far as on yard, the joy near that. You shake a joke audio has only I gave them. The contact, up at high. I found that clear which in a sheet. He that any bar and its own. I don't have a need to get in there. Raising permit meeting the day, a pushing day at the ship. He was a special meeting, not like the band the team. The Adabahins in a special meeting June 24, 2024 down the Arden Hans source. A needs to speak. He get us a ship. I call I don't know, so see hash. I call D Hassan now, I show the word, you could open that. It was on the dark, that is out of cash and that.
Thank you, Mr. Brigade. At this time, we'll call the Jeffrey question. Speaker stop.
Yeah. To hear that we want to pay certain fees and to hear that we just want this. That's what it is. Why are we even entertaining this legislation? I'm not too sure what you may, what you're thinking on there, but we're looking at a bigger issue. The government didn't consult you, is what I'm saying. The nation. Even though we have the trust settlement, there's still trust issues that are not being provided. That trust service is not being provided. It's just like if you go to the doctor and he don't consult you and say that there's some, you know, you go home and person has a kidney issue and whatnot. The doctor didn't thoroughly examine you. That's what I'm getting to. At the end of it, permits are gonna be canceled. That's a threat. Avon. Shade with up Avon, just kiss. I understand the Navajo Hopi. I understand that it's 9 days. At the end of the day, the Bureau of Indian Affairs still has not issued 10 chit units because of looking for errors or errors that are there, they're just trying to vet them. And the Bureau of Indian Affairs is dragging their feet. The 50 sheet unit is void, nullified, or LIDA, because it didn't go through that CFR portion, the amendment process. What was approved when the council approved it was the 10 sheet units. And that's what allowed the Bureau of Indian Affairs to move forward to make that recommendation to reissue 10 permits. Ako, spam sa case, back on, pero Tebet is lag. Washington, 88, Tiba has ani, Yajus ani, Petsozi. Ani to be in up with ne. But now bears ani kick and nanta. Called ani. The waiver of the bonding requirement is within the title CFR 166-100 section A and section A and B, A2. We can do that. But for those years of payments that didn't happen, the Bureau of Indian Affairs did not tell you. Din did less on Sneda. Don Hisneda. Oh, the bonding requirements. Oh, we forgot. You got a bonding thing you have to pay. You have to go look for bonding. I forgot about it. That's the way I see it. Okay, I think that we really have to move, we move forward for this, and again, it said it requires a, requesting a waiver. It's just requesting a waiver. And the Bureau of Indian Affairs approves it or not, then it's up to them. And they're just trying to comply with their audit. But again, bottom line is they did not consult us thoroughly, especially with that permit. Yeah, they say, oh, we went to the division director, we went to the council delegate, we consulted with them. Has the Bureau of Indian Affairs come to your home and say, hey, sir, this is what you have to do. This is what you have to do. That's what I'm getting to. It's not an issue that I don't understand it. My understanding is the Bureau of Indian Affairs did not consult you. That grazing permit has the emblem of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. That's the reason why I say breach of trust. If this grazing portion is tied to the Cobell settlement, maybe we can raise issue that breach of trust is still going on. And what do? Not talk. Maybe there's other avenues. But bottom line is they didn't provide that service to you. Until that grazing permit becomes truly the Navajo Nation, with the emblem with the Navajo Nation and the agreement between the Navajo Nation and federal government to say that we will take over the authorities of the grazing permit and we will implement 25 CFR Part 166. Just like the homestead lease policy. We had to agree to what the CFR says. But right now, the Bureau of Indian Affairs is supposed to consult you indirectly, because that permit, again, it's between you and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. It's not, we're here because we're policymakers of the nation, making that request on behalf of the permit holder. Even that should be. See, I had a conversation with up at Tribal Interior Budget Council. Mr. Newland sitting there. And his entourage was sitting there. And I told him, I said, you understand the federal policy, you read and breathe these things. Many years ago, there was non-natives sitting there implementing these Indian policies on us. Today, we have natives implementing these Indian policies upon us now. And I asked and I tell them, you should be able to raise a flag to say, hey, this policy is not good for you. Or Washington, the non-linear Indian country, you are throwing them under the bus. Indian policy, CFR, are created to govern Indian country across the United States. Third world countries, they're set up to fail. You look at the economic development, the economic policy, again, we follow a CFR. And it sets Indian country to fail because we don't have the value of the land to say, can I get a loan on the land so I can open up a business? Again, oh, it's trust land. The value is zero. Nikaya do linda. Ako nikaya kahan si kaya hikito arula be need because lag what needs and we value it. But in the eyes of the CFR and in the eyes of the federal government, our homes, our lifestyle aren't worth much. And I think we really have to start moving to amend the request to start amending this CFR. Then at the same time from the grazing, the land board. This is a time to start writing down what issues you're having with the CFR. Because if it's presented to Congress and they vote in favor of it, they strike it out. Or if we need new public policy to be implemented, it can be put in. Just like the Taylor Act. The grazing Taylor regulation was probably done in the 1900s. That policy was geared to Indian tribes at that time. You look at the Navajo reservation today, and look at the Navajo reservation at the time when the grazing the Taylor Act was implemented, it's night and day. Ako even sisi kishin do ishke Washington do si an koto nihichi quiet and that quiet, no, in the audit, but that, in the audit, in the face. So, hey, we forgot about this policy right here. You have to do this. You have to follow it. You have to do this. At 3 o'clock in the morning, you have to roll over. When 4 o'clock in the morning, you have to get up out of bed, drink some water and go back to bed. That CFR tells you what to do. Tells Indian country what to do. And that's the reason why you have 574 federally recognized tribes frustrated with the federal government. Next week, we're going to be begging for money in Washington, D.C., which the trust responsibilities. Indian country is becoming a burden to the federal government. Washington. Ye ho one was doja how zobia of carni hit the dot me. A shin be toha ho zoja be out do carni hit the dot me. Just so your toja ho zoja be out do carni hit the dot me. Don't hinish on and hit the dot me. How she. We are put on the Indian reservation for a purpose. To conceal us, to stay on these lands. We're holding our part of the treaties. We're good Indians. We're good stewardess. Is the government holding their responsibility? To a certain degree. But they make sure that we pay our federal taxes every year. We ask to waive it. They won't. They ask that we can extend it, but they charge us. Even now, this is the case with Ben Hanash Ishman. So we are the 20th is a date the face ones unsleep. Never for Washington, never how to it a panasha. If I see, when I feel that trust responsibilities are not met, that tells me someone in the federal government at the Bureau of Indian Affairs who is charged to implement the livelihood and implement Indian policies so that we can live by those policies is not doing their job. Someone's not doing their job. And we're over here trying to do their job for them. Even now, Ben Hanash in that called in sissy kids. Just bars and a shadow. The Navajo Nation is the only time the Navajo Nation, that Navajo people were forced to relocate, were forced to move. The only tribe is Navajo. Twice. The journey that the Navajo did to Fort Summers. And then the Navajo Hopi Indian relocation, which forcefully removed thousands of families off the reservation, which live in your communities as relocatees. Even now, this is case though, huh? Alcohol. What ever got the land and a half balance. As Zoya ever, we can. You know, no, that is not so little civil, but one says kids. Now, it's so that is so see ego. The higit ego, benin ego to hide it ego, base of the need jet only in lay, though be the love of what happen says kids. Hala ya Kayahiki is a Navajo tribal trust land. There are lands that are on BLM and off reservation. It's another story. We're talking about tribal trust land and even now. Justification and Ben Haban says kids. So I really believe that you guys are not or Navajo people who are permits in Eastern Navajo are not fully consultative.
Yeah. that might be-
Because o in ajit anahle the are in law the and it brings that fear, especially if it's to an elder. Yan takif shalo not so sen la khalit ala khati pitnilji shagal tosleko. You end up putting elders through stress, putting them on, helping them move forward. Maybe they're there to make sure that they die. Let's do this so that let's see what happens to them. They know that's it. Queens in. Oh, this is kitchen go yeah this kissy I thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. So at this time, let's go over to our Legislative Council on, Danny had an amendment. Is that ready to go?
As far as,
Yes, please.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, yellow, sent to hers, and then with regard to, 10 years, the 10-year language. That's how that is in that particular, it will go in the title and go in the body of the resolution, the findings, and in the approval section. And that is how
okay.
it's written.
That's amendment one.
Make changes or ask them to leave certain portions out, but the primary purpose of that particular amendment is for the 10 years.
Okay, thank you, Mariana, for that. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and get a motion for Amendment 1, which is Honorable Simpson's amendment.
Motion.
Got a motion by. I get a second by Speaker So. Any questions regarding this amendment?
I read it.
Okay. Then we'll go to Mr. Ty, go and read that into the record, please.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is amendment number 1, read into the record. Page 1, line 14, amend the following. The Eastern Navajo Agency _ for a 10-year period. 2, page 3, line 9, add a new paragraph J as follows. J, the Eastern Navajo Joint Land Board through resolution ENJBL -06-2024-002 requests a bond or waiver for 10 years. 3, page 3, line 14, amendment as follows. To grazing permits in the Eastern Navajo Agency _ for a 10-year period. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel are authorizing technical edits to this legislation and exhibit to implement the Nominations Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1, read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Ty, for reading that into the record. At this time, are there any questions regarding this amendment?
Oh, second.
Are we at, Chairman, as we do already have a second by Speaker So. So. Yeah. This time, any questions regarding this amendment? Mr. Ty, get a roll call vote on this amendment?
The Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote. Amendment number 1, Honorable Sean Cloudy vote.
Green.
Honorable Sean Cloud votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ty. Motion passes. At this time, we'll go to amendment number 2, the Honorable Claus Amendment. Get a motion?
Motion.
Get a second.
Second.
Second by Speaker So. At this time, Mr. Ty, can you read that into the record?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is Amendment number 2 read into the record to legislation 0234-24. Page 3, line 19, add a new section 4 as follows. Section 4, directive underscore. 1 underscore. The Eastern Navajo Joint Land Board shall develop a payment tier system based on fee system established by the BIA. The ENJBL shall present a report on the development of the payment tier system in 2 years from the date of the certification of this resolution. 2, in 2 years from the date of the certification of this resolution, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Eastern Navajo Joint Land Board, and the Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture shall give a report to the Resource Development Committee on the development of the bonds and payments tier system. At such time, the 10-year waiver shall be evaluated. 2, renumber and reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibit to implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any of the amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Vice Chair Johnson, members have already seen that amendment number 2 run into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. At this time, are there any questions regarding this amendment, colleagues? If there is none, let's go to a roll call vote, Mr. Tai.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 2 to legislation number 0234-24. Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Vote red.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes red. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 2 in favor, 2 opposed. 1 not voting or excuse. So Vice Chair Johnson, you'll be the tiebreaker vote. Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Vice Chair Johnson votes red. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 2 in favor, 3 opposed, and no one voted, no one not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tai. Okay, motion for amendment 2 is not carried. So, okay, going on to back to the main motion. At this time, colleagues, are there any other questions? At this time, if there's no other questions, are we ready to vote? Okay, let's go to roll call vote, Mr. Tai.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0234-24. Honorable Shannon Cloud, you vote?
Red.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes red. Honorable Brendan Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey on. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Red.
Red.
Honorable Otto votes red. Vice Chair Johnson, that is 2 in favor, 2 opposed. Madam Chair not voting. Vice Chair Johnson, you'll be the tie-breaking vote. How do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Johnson votes green. That's 3 in favor, 2 opposed, and no one not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. Motion carries on legislation 0234-24. Thank you, sponsors and presenters for bringing this forth. Also the BIA, thank you. Also, Madam Chair, Denise, thank you. And also those that are also supporting this legislation. Thank you. We're gonna need a vote to- Okay, at this time, I'd like to give some time to our regional director, Deborah Shirley. BIA regional, are you on the call?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, Tato Akat, Shanantai, Vice Chair, Doshi Yaj, Mr. Casey Johnson, Otto and Dada Akehat, Honorable Council Delegates of the RDC Committee, Kwagiashon, Shinso Eya, DD, Eastern Navajo Agency, the bond issues, dopa grazing issues, grazing rental issues, and Linigi Shinso Bayade Kita, Okodo Unhisen Sato, Ado, Mahashin so ya or Hat Hidini Dole in terms of securing the decisions regarding the resolution. It's the resolution that's was set forth before you. I just wanted to just just take a brief few minutes just to I was listening to some of the discussions that were and presentations that were being presented. And I wanted to just remind or just I know not really reminding, but just to let the council know or the committee know that the 25 CFR 166 is written for 575 Indian tribes. It's the grazing regulations or the agricultural grazing regulations. That's how it's written and geared towards. And some of the questions regarding trying to go to try to amend 25 CFR 166. It's a big monumental task to take upon. And I was thinking, and just out of for self-determination and self-governance issues, I would recommend to the committee and to the nation to bring forth maybe a committee, maybe from the Department of Agriculture, DOA, the Division of Natural Resources, and maybe some legal technical experts as well as the BIA to take a look at to revisit Title III. From my reading of Title III, the way that the way that Title III is written is it's in a concerted effort starting from the district grazing committee members and working your way up through kind of like a chain of command, working up all the way through land boards and chapters, and of course to then the committees to the committees themselves, and then to the council. But a lot of the information in Title III is written the way that it's written and has been updated throughout the years. So in regards to bonding and in regards to grazing rental rates and some other issues, sorry, my phone is ringing here. I just wanted to say we can look at those sections and update those sections, but the way that it's written is it's in a concerted effort from grazing committees and superintendents and the BIA, the Commissioner on Indian Affairs is how it's cited, works with the local district grazing committees as well as the Navajo Nation to strengthen these laws and these regulations for the nation itself. So I think, it's just a recommendation, but I think maybe having a group sit down and look at Title III and see what areas need to be amended. It's also, addresses feral horses, and, we talk about feral horse issues as well. And so just my thoughts on this. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I just wanted to make that recommendation to the committee as well, and to those that are attending in this meeting.
Yeah, Regional Director Shirley, thank you for joining us on the call, and thank you for your comments. We really appreciate that. Yeah. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and give the gavel over to Honorable Claw to share this, since I am the sponsor of this next legislation, 0236-24. Honorable Claw.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. We'll go ahead and have this legislation read into record by Mr. Tahi.
Both members of RDC, you have legislation summary sheet tracking number 0236-24 date October 30th, 2024, titled the Resolution and Action Relating to Resource and Development Committee approving a limited waiver of sovereign immunity for the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise DBA Sanders Fuel Center for the Sonic Franchise LLC number 24 franchise agreement. The purpose of this legislation is to approve a limited waiver of sovereign immunity for the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise DBA Sanders Fuel Center NNHE, which is required for NNHE to execute a franchise agreement with Sonic Franchise LLC. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation. Should read it into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. For tracking number 0236-24, an action relating to resource of the Development Committee approving a limited waiver of sovereign immunity for the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, DBA Sanders Fuel Center for the Sonic Franchise LLC number 24 franchise agreement. Be it resolved, Section 1 Authority, the Resource Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 NNC Section 500A. Be pursuant to 5 NNC Section 1844, the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise operates under the legislative oversight of the Economic Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. C, in accordance to CAP 10-11, all reference to Economic Development Committee shall mean the Resource and Development Committee. Section 2 findings. A, the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, or NNHE, is a wholly owned enterprise of the Navajo Nation. 5 NNC Section 1841 A and B. B, NNHE has and shall possess all of the attributes of Navajo sovereignty, including but not limited to the immunity of suit, unless by either contractual approval by NNHE in conformity with its plan of operation by the resolution of the Navajo Nation Council, that any such attribute of sovereignty is expressly waived or abrogated as a NNHE or any transition involving NNHE 5 NNC Section 1841 C. NNHE's plan of operation, Article 16, a subsection A2 states, when the Enterprise Management Board has in any particular manner by a duly adopted resolution waived the enterprise's immunity from suit as to permit suit against the enterprise in the court of the Navajo Nation, the court of the United States, or any other states may be appropriate and agreed to by the Management Board of the enterprise. A decision by the Management Board to agree to a state or federal court jurisdiction with respect to any matters arising from the development, construction, ownership, or management of the property, the enterprise that lie within the Navajo Indian country shall be valid only if the decision has been approved by resolution by the Economic Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council after any consultation by the Attorney General of the Navajo Nation as such committee deems advisable. D, NNHE, DAB Sanders Fuel Center, and Sonic Franchise LLC Sonic have negotiated a certain number 24 lease agreement herewithin as a Sonic lease agreement, which attached to as Exhibit A. E, given the provision of the Sonic franchise agreement, NNHE is seeking an approval of limited waiver of NNHE sovereign immunity from the Resources and Development Committee. F, NNHE's Management Board approved the Sonic franchise agreement and a limited waiver of NNHE sovereign immunity via resolution 2024-1 is attached here to Exhibit B. G, the Resource and Development Committee finds in the best interest of the Navajo Nation and NNHE to approve a limited waiver of NNHE sovereign immunity as necessitated by the provisions of the Sonic franchise agreement. Section 3, approval. A, the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves a limited waiver of sovereign immunity to the Navajo Nation Hospital Number 6, strictly related to the provisions contained in the Sonic franchise agreement attached as Exhibit A. B, nothing in this resolution shall be construed either express or implied as a waiver of the Navajo Nation's sovereign immunity. Attached is Exhibit A, which is the Sonic Franchise LLC number 24 franchise agreement. Attached is Exhibit B, which is a resolution of the Management Board of Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, resolution number 2024-1. Then you have the first report of the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Interim Public Review Summary for legislation number 0236-24. Sponsors Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. This legislation was posted on November 1st, 2024 at 5:04 p.m. The final comment period ended on November 6th, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. First time chair, that is legislation number 0236-24 read into the record in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Members of the committee, may I get a motion?
Motion.
May I get a second?
I'll second.
Members, will there be any questions for this legislation? Second call. Hearing none, we'll go for a vote.
First time chair, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0236-24. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Report them chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and put them chair not voting.
Thank you. And I will go ahead and turn the gavel back to Pro Tem Chair. Honorable Daniels, Shana, if you can make your way up.
Okay, good afternoon, Honorable Daniels. Okay, we're on item D on new business, which is legislation 0237-24. Mr. Ty, let's go ahead and read that.
Vice Chair Jones, members of RDC have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0237-24 date October 30th, 2024, titled the resolution and action relating to Resource Development Committee approving the off reservation fee land lease between the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise for the Goldie Monument Valley Lodge and Tour property, San Juan County, Utah. The purpose of this legislation is to approve a lease between the Navajo Nation as the lease and the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise of the leasing for the Goldie Monument Valley Lodge and Tour property located in San Juan County, Utah. Resource Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. for legislation number 0237-24. An action relating to Resource Development Committee approving the off reservation fee land lease between the Navajo Nation and Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise for the Goldie Monument Valley Lodge and Tour property, San Juan County, Utah. Be it resolved, Section 1 authority. A, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has oversight authority over with respect to all land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way, certain easements, bonds, requirements, and Navajo Nation land and unrestricted fee lands. Authority shall include subleases, modification, assignment, leaseholding, encumbrance, transfer, renewals, and termination. 2 in NC Section 501B 2 small a. Section 2 findings. In October 2023, the Navajo Nation approved the purchase of the Goldie Monument Lodge and Tourism Business Property and property via CO-84-23. B, among the things that CO-84-23 states the following. Double D, beginning in January 2022, the Division of Economic Development, DED, issued a request for proposals, RFP, to the procure of the operating and management of Goldie Monument Valley Lodge and Tourist Business and Property, and commence after the Navajo Nation purchased aforementioned land and business assets. DED sent a RFP to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, Navajo Oil and Gas Company, and other Nation Enterprise who expressed an interest in managing the formal businesses. All of Navajo Nation Enterprise that were sent a copy of the RFP. Only NNHE replied to the solicitation. DED determined that the NNHE was qualified to perform the management services and offered a business site lease and operating agreement for the property with its entity. NLD, DNR, and DED are currently working in cooperation with the NNHE to ensure the Goldie Monument Lodge Valley Lodge and Tour property continues to operate at peak efficiency when the Navajo Nation succeeds to ownership of the property and the business asset. It was to be emphasized that the NNHE is not to capitalize with additional property through the purchases. Rather, the Navajo Nation will own the property and the NNHE will manage and operate the property with the Navajo Nation. DED will also grant a business site lease to the operator, as well as to enter into a profit sharing agreement with the entity selected through the competitive procurement process required by the Navajo Nation law. double E. The NNHE has agreed to a profit sharing plan that would provide 100% profit or $7,411,960 for each year paid to the nomination through the following 3.5 million of cash flow profits for the business, nomination tax revenue, and equity in the reserve fund amounting to 1.4 million a year. A description of this profit sharing plan is contained in the July 14, 2023 memorandum from the nomination president and nomination council attached as exhibit L to CO-84-23. Double F, NNHE's financial status is based on the current projection of the cash flow will meet the current data projection and the expectations in the profit sharing agreement. C, the Division of Economic Development has negotiated an off-reservation fee land lease between the Navajo Nation, the leaser, and the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise as the leasee is related to the Golding's Monument Valley Lodge and Tort property or the leasee, which is attached to exhibit 1. The D, the Golding property is comprised of a 634.31 acres more or less within the lands of being more particularly described as exhibit A of the lease section 3.3 of the leasee states that the Navajo Nation and Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise will also enter into an operating agreement related to the property F, section 5 of the leasee, along with the lease's exhibit B and C references in the lease agreement term. G, executive official review 021675 is attached to exhibit 2. H, CO 84-23 is attached in reference of exhibit 3. CO 84-23 exhibits omitted. I, the Resource Development Committee finds it in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to approve the leasing between the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise. Section 3 approval. A, the Resource Development Committee approves the leasing attached to exhibit 1. And B, the Resource Development Committee hereby authorizes the President of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents to the effect of the intent and the purpose of this resolution. Attached to exhibit 1, which is the off-reservation land lease between the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise. Attached to exhibit 2, which is the executive official review for document number 021675. Attached to exhibit 3, which is a resolution of the Navajo Nation Council 25 Navajo Nation Council, first year 2023 resolution number CO-84-43. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch in a public review summary for legislation number 0237-24, sponsors Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. This legislation was posted on November 1st, 2024 at 4:09 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on November 6th, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Vice Chair John Chambers of RDC, that is legislation number 0237-24 read into the record in its entirety.
Thank you, Robin. Reading that into the record, can I get a motion?
Motion.
A motion by Honorable Simpson. I get a second? The second by Speaker So. At this time, colleagues, do we have any questions?
Questions?
We will be having a question at this time. We'll go ahead and give 20 minutes to our sponsor, presenters, agents on this legislation. Honorable Daniels.
Yeah, Godota. Resources and Development Committee, Godota. Vice Chair, I don't know, Godota, honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, I don't get staff. I don't get stuff about. I don't know, Godota, Gajan, Herman Daniels Jr. I don't know, he's going to council, I don't know, Godota. The Law and Order Committee, yeah, that's staff. So last term was on this committee, RDC committee. And this committee actually. Yeah, but before you have legislation 337-24, yeah, put on a way down. And the purpose to get you at down was to put on a way down. Legislation is really released between the Navajo Nation as the lessor and the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise as the lessee, the vehicle. So agent gonna lay down the Division of Economic Development, Ajita initiated on Miss Elaine Yang, Shimako, we have also, I have also Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise here in the room. I don't know, I'm gonna lay down. My agent put on the lay down to do the presentation in this legislation. So it's done on that. Give the time to Ms. Young for the done. The chair.
Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Honorable Daniels, for sponsoring this legislation, and then also the Vice President and members of RDC. Shay Elaine Young, I'm with the Division of Economic Development. I play the national chin, chin, this is something that she chair. I've been working with the Division of Economic Development, not only on the lease on the Navajo Nation leases, but we do have other leases. In this case, what was mentioned and written in the records today is fee land. And we do fee land leases too as well. In this case, this legislation, this is a land acquisition that was bought with our Navajo Nation land acquisition monies. Just to provide a little bit background and information, it was approved by the legislation and it went through the process. And then also it was submitted to the executive for executive review. The DOJ review it and as well as OOC, they did review all the process, and then any riddle or anything forthcoming, everything had been set up. At this time, this business site lease in general is going to be for 50 years. And with an option of renewal for another 50 years. And at this time, since its purchase, it's been operating under the Navajo Nation, and quite frankly, it has been doing a lot better than what we had anticipated. And then also we're very excited that the taxes are being paid not to Utah, but it's being paid to the Navajo Nation. So with this legislation, the business site rental will also be paid to the nation too as well. So in general, that's an overview of just providing in general detail of the lease. And the two there are two reserves that we have also put into this lease too as well, that will be bringing in around about 7 million to the nation annually. With that, I just want to turn it over, and Navajo Hospitality, Christine will provide us an overview of just a little bit of if possible, if she could provide an overview of the operation currently, since we've acquired it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the RDC committee for listening to us today. My name is Christine Rumke. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise. So we wanted to today go over just to give a lease update on the Goldings operations since the acquisition in April, so we can have kind of an idea of what's going on. So Goldings Lodge was purchased on April 23rd of 2024 by the Navajo Nation and has been operated by the Hospitality Enterprise. The transfer of operations happened on April 23rd, and it went smoothly and has been well received by the staff and the guests. Go to page 4. You might all remember what exactly Goldings Lodge is. It's a large operation. It has a hotel, tour operation, grocery store, RV park, well and water supply, an airstrip, restaurant, gift shop, a gas station and convenience store, a laundromat, and a sewer lagoon. Next slide.
So on page 5, talking about what changes have occurred since the purchase. So a few of the things, these are things that have happened since April 23rd. The general manager of the property reviewed all staff wages and gave raises where appropriate. A substantial number of staff received a merit increase in the first 6 months under new management. 3 supervisors were promoted to managers. We focused on getting the property in running order and making sure everything is working condition. The increased inventory levels at the gift shop, C-store, and campground store. We're planning on a major software and point of sale upgrade will occur in, sales system upgrade will occur in November of this month. And an internet upgrade is in process. So these are all, it makes it look, the internet upgrade we're very excited about. That's a large investment that we're putting in through Choice N2 So the internet upgrade is the absolute need of that property. It's large and wide, covers a lot of space. So those are the kind of things we're doing to help roll out and bring newness to the property that they haven't necessarily seen in the last few years. On the next page, page 6, so what changes will be happening? So what's to come in the future? We plan to continue to prioritize customer service and continuing the Woolies legacy. We have major renovations planned throughout the property as funds allow, starting in 2025. And in 2025, we will be celebrating the 100-year anniversary. Okay, go to page 7. So these next few slides are directly from the presentation that was provided to council during legislation for them to approve the purchase of buildings. So we wanted to go over those again, just so everybody's on the same page on what is in the lease agreement as far as the return on investment is. So the sources of these numbers come from the appraisal, and it is the year 4 of the appraisal. So when you have an appraisal, it projects year 1 through 10 by year on the income and expenses. In hospitality, the first year of a stabilized year is considered year 4, meaning you've taken over the operation, you know what you're doing, things are progressing. So all these figures are from year 4, stabilized year. So starting in year 4, we have that the Navajo Nation lease income is $3.5 million. The expansion sinking fund will have just under $1.5 million. Those are funds that are reinvested back into the property for expansion. After that, we have the Navajo Nation sales tax benefits of just over $2.4 million. So the total annual return is $7.4 million, which is a 12.5% return on investment. Next page. So this is how the lease rental is determined. We have, this is once again from the appraisal year 4. Expected annual revenues at $29 million. Direct expenses of $15,600,000. Non-operating expenses $754,000, which gets you to a net income before depreciation of $6.7 million. So let's remember that number, 6.7 million. Go to the next page, page 9. So we're starting with that number at the top. Net income before depreciation, $6.7 million. Then we have 5% of revenue is reinvested back into the property. It is held in a separate fund called the Expansion Sinking Fund, $1.5 million. Then we also have built in a reserve for replacement. This is 4% of revenues. This is standard for the hospitality industry to have funds on the side for normal maintenance, repairs, wear and tears that will happen to the property over the years to come. So that leads us to a distributable net income of just about $4.1 million. So the Navajo Nation will receive the first $3.5 million of that distributable net income. So the Navajo Nation lease payment, $3.5 million. Okay. Page 10 breaks down the Navajo Nation tax benefits. You all might remember that previously the sales taxes were being paid to local government and to the state. Those have now been rerouted and sales taxes are going directly to the Navajo Nation. So in total for year 4 for the appraisal, it would be up $2.4 million would be going to the nation instead of the other governing bodies. So on page 11, just to reiterate the same sentiments that were provided to council for the original legislation, is that no additional funds will be needed for buildings. It is completely self-sufficient. Critical components being that we have built in that maintenance reserve fund as a part of the lease. So that means we will be able to pay for maintenance and cover all of its costs totally independently. So no additional funds will be requested. So on page 12, you'll be able to see basically how the first 6 months have gone of revenues since we have been operating it. So your first column, we have it by department. The second column is the 2024. So under our operations, the revenues by department. The next column over is the prior year, so under prior ownership. And then the change between years in the fourth column. So you'll see here, just if you drop down to the total, that from May through October of 24 compared to May of October of 23, we have higher revenues of $740,000. And this is, during a transition year, obviously not even a stabilized year yet. This is very promising that we've already had so much success this year compared to the prior ownership. Go to page 13. We just wanted to compare where we think we're going to end up this year compared to where the projections were on the appraisal that was approved, the council used to authorize the purchase. So what you'll see here is in the last column, the green heading, the 2024 partial year projected income. So remember, it's just April 23rd through what we expect December 31st of this year. We expect the net income before depreciation to be just under $6.4 million. Now, if you look at the other columns, those were the net incomes provided in the appraisal. So in year one, a partial year, we are already almost at the year 4 appraisal amount for net income before depreciation. So this is overall just very exciting that we knew the property would be successful, and it has just reiterated that the value of the investment. So this means, because we're hitting those amounts, that the nation will start to earn that return that wasn't expected until year 4. They will earn that in year 1. So if you go to page 14, that will further explain. So we'll go through that same calculation of how the nation's going to get. So this is now our figures on here. So net income before depreciation. So what we project for 2024, 6.4 million. Expansion sinking fund is about 940,000. The reserve for replacement, which is our maintenance fund, 750,000, which comes to distributable net income of 4.7 million, which means the Navajo Nation will receive a $3.5 million check in year 1. So the next page, we have our long-term plans. We have major renovations planned out. We're hoping to do a future hotel construction. It will have 80 rooms, which will also include a new fine dining restaurant. And we also plan to transition to a resort. So from there, that next slide, other long-term plans. We have been such believers in the way this Goulding transaction has worked out that we think the nation could take this exact model and apply it to other transactions, one of which that comes to mind is Stanford Trading Post. So one of the big benefits there would be to reroute those sales tax benefits that are otherwise going to local revenue bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. You got 5 additional. You got 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Remaining.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you. Wonderful. Any other to make?
I really don't have any comments. We're just glad that we were able to get this Goulding's the acquisition taken care of, and then also looking at others as what Christine had mentioned. So, in regards to, looking at other leases, fee leases, the lands that were purchased and they're just sitting there, DED will be looking at that with, land department. I just wanted to add that as well.
Thank you, Shema. That will complete our presentation on this legislative bill. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Daniels and your agents for your presentation. At this time, I'd like to give the floor over to Honorable Claw for her questions and comments.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair, and then thank you, Shana, Honorable Daniels, for presenting this legislation here. So my questions are going to be specific to Division of Economic Development. So one of the questions that I have is, we were told as council that you were going to provide the full inspection report for the facility. And there was a time frame of, I believe it was 60 days. Have you submitted that report to the Navajo Nation Council? That's my first question. The second question that I have is in regards to the land status. From what I've heard through this report, the taxes are going over to the Navajo Nation. And I believe that's partially true, but because of the land status, there still are taxes that are being paid to the state. If you could go ahead and verify that, just to make sure that we are all on the same page. And if that is true, then how much taxes are we paying to the state? So that would be the property taxes. In addition to that, I do believe that Navajo Nation has to be forward thinking so that we are to really be cost effective. We need to move towards making the land purchase turned over to trust lands. And so I do have an amendment that I am offering, and that would be for the Division of Natural Resource, Division of Economic Development, and working in conjunction with the Department of Justice to begin the land reversion from state lands to trust land. So as to keep that forever and ever. And that was the whole intent when we made the purchase under the council, was to maintain our ancestral lands. So therefore, that would be one of the things that I would like to see, is that that be reverted to trust land. So those are my questions. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. At this time, I'd like to turn this back over to our sponsor and presenters for your response.
Thank you.
Honorable Claus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will refer those questions to Shema Kotadana, Ms. Yan.
Thank you, for those, the questions. The appraisal included the inspection on the building, and we did get a full report. And we can make that available. And so that's, we have that. We can make that all available. Now, when the purchase was made, as you know, Goulding's is, they'll be celebrating their 100-year. So the facility has gone over, they're going through some of the repairs, and then as well as making some, renovation at this time, because of the, being that it's 100 years old. So, but when we did purchase this, it's as hospitality did mention, is that it is included. So it's paying for itself, Jananahalan. So there's no funding and there shouldn't be any funding coming from the nation, so it's actually is paying for itself. And we'll go ahead and make that report available to the council. And then the other question was when the time of the purchase of this land acquisition. That one of the discussion is that it'll be reverted into trust land. So at the time it was purchased, we have taken that into consideration. And that was also brought to our attention that that can be done. So now that we have purchased it, that is still can be moving forward, can be converted to trust. Then the other question was the tax. I just need to follow up with the tax commission on these the property tax. We don't get into the tax area that that's with the Navajo Nation Tax Commission, and some of the property tax questions we'll make sure we follow up with land department too as well.
I can actually go ahead, we are not paying any taxes to the state of Utah, property or sales tax. So all sales taxes, all taxes are going to that location.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Honorable Claude, do you have a follow-up?
Mariana, is the legislation ready?
Well, she's working on that. We'll go to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm sorry, Steve. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Members RC, thank you. This will be a comment to Elaine. Thank you, Michelle, for the presentation. My brother, thank you. Yeah, I do support your legislation, and you'll definitely get my green vote. So, but this question to Elaine, again, it goes back to this land acquisition was done back in April 2023, and it's just, is it 24? April 24. It's mind-boggling when our entrepreneurs when they start working with your office and for a business site lease, takes 10 years. But over here at Speedland, you're talking about, it only takes 6 months. And this is for the hospitality. If our Navajo entrepreneurs want to get a business site lease, it can be done 6 months. And just wait for the individual in Crown Point trying to get a business site lease, and all this COVID happening, he delayed it, but now just him working out the renew the lease, we're into the 2nd year. So with this coming before RDC, now I know it can be done. Business site lease for an entrepreneur can be done in 6 months. If it can be done for hospitality enterprise in 6 months, now I'll hold you to that. For these business site leases to be done within probably less than 8 months. Because I really don't want anybody coming to me and stating that, I've been trying to get my business sites approved for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. It proves here it can be done in 6 months. So I'm going to hold that. I'll hold that to, hold on Mr. Scalanis, that too. So any business site lease is being I want to be seen that they be approved within 8 months. The day you get your application, day they submit your application. So those are my comments and all that. So again, going back to me, the financial officer here, this big question. What's the pros and cons turning to speed trust land? I mean, there has to be pros and cons. I mean, just Looks like we have over 500,000 acres of fee land. And we want to convert it into trust land, but these are, fee lands that basically, this was for, maybe make it a grazing area. But this has really good economic development. And we don't know, 20 years from now, we would decide to sell it, but if it comes to trust land, it can't be done. But if it stays a fee land, we can make it 20, 30 years, make a lot of money. If we keep it in good shape and all that. So what's the pros and cons in terms of fee to trust? That was my question. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, members are thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. At this time, I'd like to give the floor back over to our sponsor and his agents to provide a response to Honorable Simpson's question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll refer those comments and questions to my agents.
My comment will be answered. She knows what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Question.
Yeah, question.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for your question. So I would say, the most significant thing that stands out to me is the ability for lending on the property. Would be the difference between fee and trust. So as fee land, the operator, it's a much easier process to get private or third-party financing versus on trust land.
Thank you for providing that response on the Honorable Simpson. Do you have a follow-up on it?
Okay, well, that's the only. I'm good, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vice
Thank you,
Chair.
Honorable Simpson. At this time, are there any other questions regarding this legislation? If not,
Just comments. I have a comment. So I just want to make a comment, and I think that, first of all, I want to just thank Ms. Young for coming in and then also for answering the questions. And so if you could give us a timeline of when you'll be sending over that information to RDC, that would be just something that I want to do a follow-up on. And then as far as the comment that was made by Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, I believe that your enterprise does receive financial backing. You have a lot of property on the Navajo Nation. So if that were the true case, then how are you receiving investments and financial backing? So I think that there is some truth to that, but then also you do have property on the Navajo Nation and you do get investment opportunity. Unless those are the reasons why our Navajo Nation hotels are not being upgraded. I don't know if you've stayed in them lately, but I think those need to be addressed too, because there are shortcomings there. So I just wanted to make that comment, and then I'll go ahead and offer the amendment. So if I could have that read into record.
thank you, Honorable. So the amendment is ready. Mr. Tai, let's go ahead and read that into the record.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0237-24. Page 4, line 1, add a new section 4 as follows, underscore, section 4 directive. The Navajo Nation, the Navajo Division of Economic Development, DED, and the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, DNR, will work with the Department of Justice to revert the land into trust land. This initiative will be deemed a priority for the Division of Economic Development and Division of Natural Resources. The DED and DNR will provide quarterly updates regarding the progress of moving the land into trust to the Resource and Development Committee. Number 2, read letters to city and paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and exhibit to implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendment, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1 run into the record.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tai. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
A motion by Honorable Claw, get a second. Second by Honorable Simpson. Any questions regarding this amendment? Chairman Nez?
Thank you, Vice Chair. This amendment to the legislation itself. Hospitality Enterprise Board membership. A while back, I remember, I just don't remember if my colleague, Speaker So was present, but we had a brief discussion on this with the former chair, Mr. Lorenzo Max, on this. And I think it might be appropriate if this was handled by the board first to pass a resolution and then start working on it rather than as a directive from oversight here. So, so thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Any other questions regarding this amendment? Speaker So?
The other also is that the land into trust process has a lengthy process that can be slowed down with the different administrations. I think that what I would recommend is that, you know, as Ms. Young start to have that discussion with Department of Natural Resources and see what is the probable process, because going through a land to trust utilizing the regular process is a lengthy process. We have the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act side, but we can't put land to trust in the state of Utah because the settlement does not include state of Utah. But if the land was in Arizona or New Mexico, the land to trust, you know, it can be done a lot quicker because it's a mandate. And then with the regular process, it requires that the nation justifies and things like that. And I think that dialogue, as Ms. Young begins her process to communicate with Division of Natural Resources, really bring out the drawing table of what we are actually looking at. And then the other is that the administration is another thing that we have to consider also. To turn land to trust at the time of this current administration would have been really likely positively, would have been able to move forward. But now we have a new administration that the Republican Party coming in, and we had a land to trust process that was with Navajo Hopi that they really slowed down during the time when the first Trump administration came in. So there's 9 days to that, but hopefully when this new administration comes in again, Trump, that maybe their thought of turning land into trust is a whole different concept now than what their positions were many years ago when Trump had his first term in office. So those are just some that I think that we need to look at and probably just strategize around that. It don't hurt to apply through Department of Interior, but we don't know who the Department of Interior Secretary could be, and don't know if they're gonna continue to nurture that process for us. So those are just some of the things that we that I see as you look at Twin Arrows. Twin Arrows was put under put into land into trust in about 8 months, because that was a mandate. They followed a settlement which was mandated by Congress. So those are just a little things that we need to consider, and maybe as the two divisions move forward with that discussion, outline the pros and cons pertaining to that. So, but again, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker So, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members, RDC, going off of my big brother here, Mr. Delegate Nez, and my little brother, Delegate So. Just a second for motion, but I'd like to, make a request to my little sister here, Delegate Toss. If this can be a separate legislation, requesting to turn the stamp and feed trust. The reason being I'm asking that is that I do support what the big brother delegate has stated. Let it go back to the board and see if they want to push from fee to trust land. And hopefully they support that, then do separate legislation converting this fee to trust land and requesting Secretary of Interior. Remember, this is a priority for Secretary Holland fee to trust. And you know, she done that one, I think it was a month ago, Pebbles acquired some land. Next day, it was turned to trust land. So if we can do this, send it back to the board, work out the details from fee to trust, if they are willing to do that. Come back with legislation, maybe one of the RDC members can do that, and requesting the Secretary of Interior to convert this from fee to trust land. And work quickly, it's within the next, I think, 70 days. To request the Secretary to convert this from fee to trust land. This is a priority for her. Right now, Eastern AC Commission, Eastern Land Commission is working on that we're getting all the documents together and we're gonna pass a resolution and put it before RDC to convert some of these good numbers of fee lands to trust land, since this is a priority for Secretary Hollins, and we're gonna try to take it to her probably by end of December. And making an application to her. So I would request my little sister if she can withdraw her motion and they go back to the board. If the board decides to go to fee to trust, then they come back and get legislation drafted and put it back for RDC and give it to Secretary Holland as soon as possible, because that's her priority right now. That's his recommendation. Mr. Vice Chairman, RDC. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. So does that mean you're gonna rescind your second on the motion?
I'm just asking my little sister. She stayed through, I'll stay with mine too, so respect to her.
Honorable Clark.
Oh, I'll respond. Thank you, Shana. So, this directive is just to begin the discussion. So it's just an initiative to, make this a priority for Division of Economic Development and Natural Resources. So when they provide a quarterly report, they can come back to the committee and give the pros and the cons of the reversion. But this directive is aimed towards the Division of Economic Development. And then also Shatui brought up some good key points about the land acquisition in certain states not allowing for the reversion to trust land. And I think DOJ needs to outline that for us so that we are aware of those mandates that are in place. But right now, I think that we've only been going through some of the historical information, but we do not know if any laws have been updated. So that's why this directive is just to get to initiate it. And then also I do honor the request of Shana Honorable Nez. And since they are the operator, I would still welcome a resolution from the board to this discussion. But all this directive is doing is just to have DED, DNR provide a quarterly update for the committee so that we know when that report is done, which action to move forward. But I think that that would help for the accountability of this purchase, is just to ensure that we did our due diligence in finding out all of the information. And so that's all I'm asking with this directive. So if we could just take a vote, I would appreciate it. And I appreciate the discussion. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Claude. At this time, I'd like to give some time over to Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Vice Chair, although, don't get claw for your, directive motion here. I believe that, Shadeja, this really is a good discussion as far as taking this fee land and put it into trust. Now, if you allow the board members to come together and pass a resolution, what we can do, members of RDC, is have a joint meeting with RDC and Hospitality Enterprise. And then at that point, Shadeja, provide, it'll be our discussion as oversight as well as with the board, and then give a directive to Department of Economic Development and DNR. I think that would be fair enough to take that, Shadeja. So again, I would like to just request that you withdraw your directive. Ashwan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Honorable Claude.
I will go ahead and rescind the amendment, but I would like to add it onto the agenda after we have taken the vote and put that as a directive for a meeting. So if we could, and then I would go ahead and rescind the amendment. So I'll rescind it.
Honorable Simpson. You concur? You have to wait for him to concur. Honorable Simpson, Honorable Claus gonna go ahead and rescind her amendments. Do you concur? Okay.
Thank you, Shadeja.
So do you want to add it?
It would have to be committee action. It would be right here.
Okay. Mr. Ty?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, according to 2 NC section 187 joint committee meetings. What I'm reading with my understanding, as I've shared this also with Ms. Khan, is joint committee meetings that can only be established between standing committees. So that doesn't make room for a standing committee and an enterprise. That would fall either under a work session or a leadership meeting. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC.
Leadership meeting. There will be a
Leadership,
resolution.
okay. So, okay, Mr. Ty, we'll go ahead and go with the leadership meeting, the joint meeting with the hospitality and RDC. So we'll go ahead and do committee action. That will be item F.
Okay.
You got it?
Yes. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, and to add an item. To add an item E to the legislation, we would need to suspend the floor rules. Amend the approved legislation and adding an item E to approve a leadership meeting or work session with Navajo Hospitality Enterprise with a select date and time and location as well. Madam Chair, Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, I can work with the enterprises to select a date and time that would work feasible for them as well. If you would like to have this as part of the next RDC agenda, so that way it's ready for approval without making an amendments to the current legislation, the current agenda that we currently have in place. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC.
Honorable Claude, is that work for you?
Yes, that'll
Okay,
be
thank
okay.
you. We'll just do that. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chahi, for providing that guidance along with our legislative council. At this time, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to our sponsor and agents, for any response, coming from the RDC committee that you would like to respond to.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, Honorable Johnson, honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, I guess staff and Legislative Council. Yeah, that this is a good discussion. I heard some good questions today. So I don't know if my agents have anything to say, closing comments.
I don't have any other question. I believe there was a date and time that was requested by Honorable Claw in regards to the inspection. The appraisal and all the acquisition reports was done by Land Department. I'll have to see if we can get that from their attorney, Robert Allen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels and your agents for your presentation. At this time, colleagues, since we, Honorable Claw went ahead and withdrew her amendment 1, and we're gonna go ahead and put that onto a committee action on the next upcoming agenda, RDC agenda. And now, going back to the main motion, we do have a motion, and we do have a motion by Honorable Simpson and a second by Speaker So. Are there any other questions regarding this on the main motion? If there is no other questions or comments, colleagues, we'll go straight to a vote. Okay, Mr. Ty?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0237-24. Honorable Shannon Claudia vote.
Green.
Honorable Shannon Claudia votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Honorable Otto votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Ty, for reading that. That roll call. Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for bringing this legislation, as well as your agents, and thank you, colleagues, for taking action on this. Okay, now we're going on to number 6, old business. There is none. Going on to number 7, receiving reports. We were about 10 minutes into the presentation. Mr. Fred Phillips, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. See, do you want me to kind of go from where I left off? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. So like I was saying, we identified with the Historic Preservation Department, Water Resources, committees, and elders, 15 areas throughout the Navajo Nation that they thought were priority areas that need to be protected because of their cultural resources, the water, and what's happening there. So these are the 6 areas that we've done conceptual restoration designs with. Like I said, we've worked with permit holders, the BIA, Water Resources, and other experts to develop restoration plans for these areas. Pasture Canyon being the first one. These restoration strategies, to kind of shorten my presentation, are throughout the other 6 sites. One of the most important things, protect and support existing agriculture, ranching, and habitat. How do we thread the needle of protecting and making sure that these areas are healthy ecologically for generations and support agriculture there? So that's stuff like fencing, improving water infrastructure, trying to stabilize fields that are being lost from erosion. And then on the environmental side of things, like a lot of the great work that's happening throughout Navajo Nation, there's groups up in Black Mesa doing it, the Dene Native Plant Program, the Navajo Fish and Wildlife is doing exotic species control, removing Russian olive, tamarisk, doing erosion control structures. You know, these are mostly hand made structures. Some can be with small equipment, but zuni bowls, one rock dams, stuff like that. And then revegetating these areas with the native plants, cottonwood, willow, mint, you know, OSHA, important culturally plants. So that's sort of the umbrella that we want to do with each of these areas. So with Pasture Canyon, like the last project I'm going to show you today, you know, Pasture Canyon, Cold Spring, Ganado Wash, we still need to meet with more permit holders. We met with BIA, but we really need to sit down and meet with the people of that chapter and see what they want. So that's one thing we need to do. And the nation is supporting us in a contract to us to do that work. And then also assess and monitor watershed flow and potential impacts. So that's Pasture Canyon. This is Toppin Springs, just by Cameron. I don't know if you've been there. It's right below the highway. It's a really beautiful area. Perennial springs that feed into the LCR, which actually pretty close downstream is Blue Spring. So once again, work with the permit holders, see how their vision for the agriculture and what they want to do there aligns with what we put together, and then also look at access and other impacts. This is a bigger site. This is 1,300 acres. This is Grand Falls, all the way up to Beaver Farms. It's 1,300 acres. You know, the LCR through this area is just a single threaded it's channel. And one of the goals here, and there are folks at USGS and others that have put some thought into this as well, as just doing a wholesale tamarisk removal of this stretch of river, and then installing some plugs to spread the river back out so that water's not just going down to the Grand Canyon and to Lake Mead, but it's actually spreading out and soaking in to the land up here. It's again, a lot of exotic species control, revegetation, supporting agriculture. And then another large area we're looking at is Upper Oribe Wash, Black Mesa chapter. You know, this area is quickly incising, you know, as you go downstream in Oribe, the incisions and the erosion gets bigger and wider. There's a lot of farmland being lost, a lot of water being lost. So this site is at the very top of Upper Oribe and Black Mesa. You know, that last big storm we had actually incised this channel another 3 feet. So that's just going to continue to happen until it stops. So that's another big thing up here, is installing structures to not only grade the channel, but soak water back into the floodplain. And then there's another smaller spring right by the chapter house in Oribe that's been severely overgrazed and is degrading really quick, that we looked at. And then Cold Spring Wash, a little closer to home here. Same thing, you know, a lot of overgrazing, erosion, trash. So one of the things is to get back in here. And there's a lot of perennial springs in this reach. So getting rid of the Russian olive, trying to grade the channel, try to get that water back in for grass, for wildlife, and for livestock. But once again, we were just with the Navajo Nation on this. We really need to meet with the permit holders and see what their ideas and vision for it are. And then the last one being Ganado Wash, above Navajo, Port Hubbell Trading Post. Same thing, there's a lot of great infrastructure that's been put into the landscape surrounding this area, but there's a lot of erosion, incision, and exotic plant invasion that needs to be dealt with. So my last 3 minutes, I want to talk real quick about Saget Canyon. We've been working in there for 14 years with the permit holders, BIA, Navajo Nation. As you know, Saget is 20,000 acres, Navajo National Monument, very culturally important place. And in Mitson and Saget Canyon, you know, severe erosion happening, fields are being lost, cultural resources are being lost, and valuable land that can support important plants is being lost as well. My company did a survey back in 2016 on Western District 3, Unit 2. And it showed that over the last 8 years that the grazing capacity due to climate change and overgrazing had reduced in this area by 26%, which is a pretty steep drop in 8 years. So overgrazing is definitely an issue. So we got all the permit holders and say get together. This is the Anasazi Inn. This becomes sort of our meeting room until it burned down. But all the and I should also note that these thumb drives I gave you have the full presentation and our 60-page concept draft plan on it. Another thing in Saget is this is Martha Austin with Anderson Hosky. When we start any work down there, be it fencing, be it erosion, there's always ceremony, there's always prayer, there's always community, and this is me being an outsider, I realize how important this is to these efforts. Once that is done, then we go in and try to remove the feral livestock. On this particular project in DeWidgeWittuot, which is about a 10,000 acre canyon. DNR had talked to us about helping with that, but I think there was some complications. So we hired this group of cowboys from Tuba City, and they came in over a course of 3 days. We removed 40 feral bulls, 1,000 calves, pretty dangerous, exciting operation. And then once we get the feral livestock out, we put in deferment fencing. There are, some disputes at times down there over where that line is, especially because there's no RFPs in Saget Canyon, which is something that some of the elderly wish they had help with, as well as other things. But we build the fences, get the livestock out. This is Janelle. She's with the climate change program now. The climate change program, Navajo Fish and Wildlife has been extremely helpful on these projects. So this is us building some one rock dam and erosion structures within there. And then we also work with the native plant program, growing all the important plants that are in there. We have mint, tobacco, different sages. We have discussions with the elders on what they want, and that's what we grow and put back in here. This was one of the sites before we got the cows out, put the fence up and planted. And now in DeWidgeWittuot, there's 8 miles of stream that is really coming back in a magnificent fashion. The agreements with some of the grants, sorry, that's a lot of time. So there's a significant ecological uplift in here. Some permit holders talk about getting the grazing going again once the land's healthy. And this is Martha Austin. We're working in Sumac Canyon right now. And Martha really wants to take this canyon and protect it permanently. I don't know of a process through the nation that's possible yet, but she wants to set it aside, get her animals out, and have it just for wildlife and cultural uses and ceremony permanently. So I believe Martha was on the Zoom, she might be off now. And then in this canyon, there's a lot of water, so we're up there. Kelsey, my colleague, was with us as well. We just built a series of beaver dams, and I'm working with the Heritage Program to hopefully get a plan to reintroduce beavers back in here. So I know a lot of time. This is some ecotourism work we did with Change Labs. Just some of the permit holders and say you're interested in having some sort of tourism enterprise because they're not making money off the livestock. You're thinking about their futures. And then this is just some spatial analysis on greenness and how much water these riparian areas use. USGS and University of Arizona will be doing that. And then just to finalize, conceptual cost estimate for the 6 areas we're talking about, it's around $12 million. The costs include grant writing, design and engineering, permitting, interpreter and cultural support, exotic plant eradication, agriculture infrastructure. There's a lot in there. So the path forward, the reason that I talked to Mr. Tahe about presenting today is we're doing this work for the nation. We've got the concepts done. Now we're gonna discuss more with the communities. There are in Sega Canyon, the Katina Foundation, the Biophilia Foundation, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Partners for Wildlife, BIA, and other grants are supporting it. American Rivers and some foundations have said that they are willing to support under the direction of the Navajo Nation writing these grants. As you know, there's some large buckets of federal money right now for climate resiliency, ag infrastructure, and water. And that is what we see as a path forward. If the nation is interested, is getting these concepts done, getting these grants in the pipeline, and then the nation proceeding with implementation. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time, and my apologies for going over.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips, for your presentation. This time, can I get a motion?
Motion.
A motion by Chairman Nez, second. Second by Elliot Simpson. Colleagues, do we have any questions regarding this report? Nobody? No questions? Okay, Mr. Ty?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports. Item A, Honorable Shannon Cloudy vote.
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Elgin Ricknez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Stowe, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Stowe votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips, for your presentation here today to RDC. And motion carries to accept the report. Moving on down to number 8, close of meeting. Announcements. Are there any announcements, Mr. Ty?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, tomorrow, the Resource Development Committee has a reclamation site tour of the Kayenta Black Mines. The tour starts at 9 a.m. In addition to that, the Navigate Committee just released an email saying that the meeting for November 14th has been postponed. The new date will be commencing soon. Also, Ms. Leslie Sosi, Legislative Advisor for Navajo Hopi Land Commission, will be out of the office, and so I will be covering for her for Thursday's meeting at 7 a.m. at the council chambers. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that's my announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Ty. Are there any other announcements, colleagues? If there is none, will we get a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion to adjourn by Honorable Cloud. We get a second. Second by Chairman Nez. Mr. Ty?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment at 2:53 p.m. Honorable Shannon Cloud, you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Elgin Ricknez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Stowe, how do you vote? Honorable Otto Stowe votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Tahi. Motion carries to adjourn at 2:53 p.m. So I'd like to thank everybody that's on the call. Thank you for lunch today. And